Councilman Ironbark, you here?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Anderson, are you
Here.
Councilmember Barnett, are you here? Councilmember Spears, are you here?
Here.
Councilmember Waddell, you here?
Here.
And the chair is here. We're all here and accounted for. And I'll turn this over to our city manager, Mr. Cottle. Mr. Cottle?
Push it to you.
That's all that beauty, right? Greg said he just wanted an opportunity on camera, so we gave it to him. All of us good-looking guys got to get our hair follicles on there. Good morning, council, mayor, mayor pro tem. We appreciate you taking time out of your very busy schedules to spend some time with us today. It is an important step and an important first step in our budget development. This is a process that we've followed now for a number of years. Today's workshop is designed to do a couple of things. First of all, to give you an update on where we closed out the past fiscal year. As you know, our audit is just about due, and we have now gotten final numbers on where we are with regard to the closeout of the fiscal year. So that'll be part of the update. We also want to update you on some other budget issues, specifically the CIP. And then we also want to talk about trying to get your budget priorities given to us prior to us starting the process, which we will do next month. We also have this morning a thing that will probably make most of you want to yawn to start with, but I'm going to try to make it as exciting as possible. We're going to talk about the organizational, meaning the staff's mission, vision, and values, because we've done a lot of work in trying to change those and recognize the changes that have gone on in the organization over the course of the past 20 years. Before I get started this morning on that, though, I'd like to also note that we are going to have a change in the agenda. I'm going to do the organizational update here in just a few minutes. Following that, we're going to drop down and we're going to bring the segment that was going to come up after lunch called Budget Development. We're going to bring that forward. That is designed to provide you with a little bit of knowledge about where we will begin our budget negotiation process or budget development process. But we also want to get some input from you with regard to what is important in the development of this budget. Since we don't have a strategic plan that's currently in force, we think we know what you have dictated to us in the past, but we want to confirm that. We want to find anything new that you may or may not have come up with over the course of the year. And then we'll do some priority setting on those particular items. So we're going to move that item up and it'll follow immediately after I get through here this morning. Are there any questions? If not, we'll get started. Thank you. So as I mentioned, we have been reviewing our core values. That also gave us an opportunity to take a look at our mission and vision. I want to state from the beginning that this is for the staff. This is not intended to be for the community, but this is the driving forces for the staff. And you're going to ask, why in the world is this important? And I'm going to tell you why it's important. Because that 20 feet or so that existed between my old office and my new office is the longest 20 feet in the world. It makes you realize, it gives you a different perspective on what drives this organization. And I think that when we talk about mission, vision, and values, we're talking about the basic premises under which the staff operates. Regardless of whatever rules or regulations or dictates are put in place, these values are what drive the organization and should drive us on a daily basis. So why does it matter? Because when they're adhered to, you create a workforce that you want to have. You use them to drive the development of the workforce. You use them to make decisions in key areas. And you also use them to drive new competencies in the workforce. The current set of organizational values were developed over 20 years ago. Sterling did those right after he came on board. And I'll bet that none of you can tell me what those are because those have become so intrinsic in the organization that we live them. They are respect, professionalism, service, integrity, and safety. Now, I could tell you what Tom Moten calls them because he does it by an acronym, and it's not a really pretty acronym, so we'll leave it alone. But after I became city manager, I looked at those values and I asked myself, are these the right values for the staff? And I was standing there looking at it thinking, you know, every manager ought to change the values for the staff. And then I thought, well, these really aren't as pertinent to us now as they were. And why aren't they pertinent? One, because they've become intrinsic in our organization. Much in the same way you adopt a strategic plan that has a 5-year horizon, many of those strategic objectives become operationalized as you move forward. And these types of values had also become operationalized. On top of that, I think the workforce has gotten more sophisticated as we've gotten older. And then the community has grown considerably. And then finally, the social environment in which we now work and live has also changed. So we looked at those values and we decided we need to change those. And we engaged a very big effort that has taken a very long time. It's taken at least 7 or 8 months for this to happen. Probably longer than that if I really stop and think about it. But tomorrow's challenges are different than the changes we faced in the past. So working with the staff, we tried to develop a process by which we would get input. First of all, we went to the EMT members and we asked them to go into their departments and talk to the employees and get a ground level viewpoint of what was important to the employees. And that was one input method. We had a second input method that we went to what we call our Future City Team, which is a cross-departmental group of employees that look at strategic objectives and strategic measures for the organization. There were 2 or 3 EMT members on that, but by and large, these are cross-departmental line supervisors, line employees, and so we got information from them. We combined that with what we had heard from you, what you had talked to me about during our interview process, what we've lived over the course of the past 14 years, and tried to incorporate all of that into what I think is a very important situation or very important process to work through to get to the values. So I'm pleased with what I'm about to show you. It's got a lot of input, it's got a lot of direction, and it's also much more modernized than it was before. I believe it reflects our collective direction. And I think it gets us going in a direction that you want to see us move. So first, we have a vision statement. And the vision statement is, where are we going? Where are we headed as an organization? Then the mission statement is, what are we doing as an organization? And then the values are how we're going to do it and how we're going to get there. And many of these values, while they are completely different from the ones we saw before, incorporate many of the values that we had before. And I'll give you some examples as we go through that process. So the vision. This is our vision statement. We aspire to be a culturally vibrant city, leading the region in economic development, economic vitality, safety, and resilience, so that all people can share in a greater opportunity, prosperity, and quality of life. This is important to me. Why? Because I'm tired of being compared to Charleston. I want to be the city in the Southeast that people compare themselves to. I want Charlotte to look to Wilmington to find out how to do it. I don't want to look to Charleston and Mayor Riley and whoever else may be down there to tell us how to do it. I want to be the one setting the course. And it's got to be inclusive so that everybody's boat rises. If that boat doesn't rise, we leave somebody behind, we're not a complete community. Our mission statement. Through forward-thinking policies and responsible stewardship, we are creating a better city every day with excellent core services and quality of life for all. Remember, this is where we're headed. Not what we're doing, but it's where we're headed. This is our daily work as a city staff. The one line that calls out to me here is creating a better city every day. Staff will probably kick me for saying this, but I tend to say, leave it better than you found it. And they said, no, Tony, that really doesn't sell. You got to get the broader picture in there. And this gets the broader picture in there. Creating a better city every day. That's what we've got to do. Summed up, everything that we're about is here. Every department, every job across the organization comes back to the same mission statement. Creating a better city every day. Finally, our values. I want to give credit to Jared and his team for coming up with the compass idea. I think it's a great way to remember. 4 values. Only 4 values, because we need to remember them. Inclusion, collaboration, creativity, and accountability. Many of these concepts were highlighted by both the EMT and the Future City team, which tells me they resonate with most of the workforce. I wanted the final set of values to be simple so that everybody could remember them, and I wanted them to be inclusive. We took out overlapping and related concepts, and we tried to put them into these particular 4 areas in which they fall. And we put them on a compass because we believe that if we live these values and we bring it to our work and our work patterns, they will guide us. They will guide us through where we need to be and where we need to go. As a city, we intend to operationalize these values. So inclusion. First of all, we believe that our work and our community are made stronger because of our differences and not in spite of them. We realize that our fullest potential comes about when diverse perspectives pursue shared goals. You can see that in the staff, in the management staff we now have. The 3 deputy managers that I have are completely different from me and completely different from one another, and we argue a lot. But we do it respectfully, and we bring diversity to the table. This is the way we ought to be treating our workforce on a daily basis. Creativity. Can't remember what the word was we wanted to use instead of creativity, Mary. What was it? Innovation. We went back and forth about creativity versus innovation for a long time. Innovation to me is figuring out how somebody else did it and following their lead. And I'm not above stealing a good idea, believe me. But I want creativity. I want a new way of doing it. We have to be creative in today's environment simply because things are changing so quickly and we have to pivot every time we turn around. So creativity, we recognize that the continuous improvement requires curiosity, original problem solving, and a willingness to change the way we've done things to deliver a better service. I suspect I could turn around and look at the staff right now and say, what do I hate to hear the most? And they would say, we've always done it that way. Drives me nuts. And we've got to stop doing that. We've got to stop thinking that way. Collaboration. This, more than anything, is one thing we've been working at for the last 14 years in this organization, is to collaborate across departments. We're doing a much better job than we were 14 years ago. We're going to do a much better job in 4 years than we've done in the last 14. We understand that success is something we achieve together, not alone, and that working as teams across departments and with the community builds trust in our work and our organization. We've got to collaborate not only to make sure we're more effective, but we need to do it so we can be more efficient. And finally, one that was probably the most difficult one to put in here because we had so many, this was the last one to go in, and it was accountability. But it's something we really feel strongly about at the staff level. And accountability is going to cover many things. It's going to cover things like safety. That was one of our previous values, and we said, how can we leave safety out? Safety is a part of accountability. Safety is something we should be and are doing every single day. But what does it fold into? It folds into accountability. So we're going to hold ourselves accountable to one another. We're going to hold ourselves accountable to the community. Most importantly, we're going to hold ourselves accountable to you because you represent the community. So what does this mean for the staff? This means, first of all, we commit to them. I was honestly surprised at the reception we got at the EMT level, simply because many departments have their own values already set out. And these are not necessarily the same ones as the departmental values that are used. But we got 100% consensus. I won't say we got 100% agreement, but we got 100% consensus about it. We commit to this. We commit to this to you. We commit this to ourselves. We will operationalize them. We're already trying to figure out ways that we can emphasize these 4 values on a weekly, daily basis. That means we will be judged by them in our performance evaluations. We will talk about them. We will operationalize these. We're going to judge ourselves by them, and we're going to let them shape how we do our work, simply because it's that important to the organization. And there will be times when our values will conflict with existing regulations, and we will be back to you to change those regulations, or we will change them on our own if we can. But we've got to be creative, we've got to be inclusive, we've got to be accountable in order to be able to be nimble enough to be the kind of organization that you want us to be. So moving forward, we're going to use these values as we guide the budget preparation process. We're going to look forward to FY24. These goals and values will be city staff, be used by the city staff in pursuing and implementing your priorities. And we are here to identify those priorities with you. I want to emphasize one more time that these are staff values, staff mission. They are not intended to be city-oriented and externally exported. We would not presume to do that on your part. But these are the values that the staff feels we ought to live by based upon what we know about what you've told us and what we know about how we do our work. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Cottle?
Tony,
Yes, sir.
I don't have a question. I have a sense of gratitude. I feel like a proud uncle to hear you say those things this morning.
Thank you.
So these are the things that I've been saying since I've been on council, and some of the words you use: innovation, creativity, inclusivity, not exclusivity, moving our city forward. And I am really proud to hear that. I'm really proud to hear you say these things, and hope that staff is really, really, really on board with with this new mission statement and where we want to lead our city. So I am really proud to hear these things this morning. And yeah, I'm happy, and I hope there is the work that will support this mission statement, and it's not just words. And I'm not accusing us of just saying things to be saying them, but really hopeful that we will do what's necessary to make Wilmington the city that people look up to, and not us being looking around the area, not just the area, but I mean, why not try to be competitive throughout the entire nation? I think, we're always in the top 10 of some of these lists, but let's just push ourselves forward in general. So that's just my little piece on that. So
Well, thank you, sir. And I would emphasize to each council member that if you see us not performing in accordance with these values, you need to call us on it. We're going to call one another on it. We're going to make sure we try to fix those situations where existing policy or existing practice are not in agreement with these values. But if you see us not acting in a way that doesn't exemplify these values, you should call us on it. Any other questions? I appreciate you staying awake for this portion of the presentation. This has become very important to me because I think most importantly, I know what the rules and regulations are, but I want to know what underlies those rules and regulations, and these underlie those rules and regulations.
Well, Tony, I'm not going to speak for the entire council. I can speak for myself, but I'm glad to see this, and I'm glad to see the way y'all have thought through this process. I will tell you on the organizational value, especially when it comes to creativity, adaptability and opportunity are the two big things that come to my mind. And it's all 7 of us that sit up here. We're the conduit between the government and the people. And we get calls and comments from our citizens every single day. And you know that. And we come to you with those issues from time to time. Understanding that the world changed in 2012 with Facebook and social media and the way things move today, it's almost at a warp speed. And I would just hope that the adaptability part is that we can react and can get answers to people's questions quicker than we have in the past. And the culture of the staff and the city should be one of cooperation, and let's see if we can get the job done as opposed to putting roadblocks in the way. And little examples for people that need signs or something like that. I know there's a standard that we use at times, but there's sometimes you got to use common sense too. And I would hope that the staff looks at it from that perspective. And I think that's my concern, is just making certain that we can move as fast as the community and the citizens expect us to today. And especially with newer generations that are coming into adulthood that expect it today. And I just commend you folks for at least thinking outside of the box and start building that culture of support and getting things done in a more efficient and quicker manner. Not that saying that you don't, it just takes longer, and we understand the government takes a little bit longer, but we do need that creativity to be able to jump on it as quickly as possible, because we hear it here on this end all the time. So thank you.
And we appreciate that. Some of us old dogs have to be guided in the right direction every now and then. We're comfortable with the way we've always done it. We're comfortable with the policies we've got in place. But to give you a quick example of where this is the kind of thing that we need to be looking at. We had a local neighborhood with a street that didn't want the new street lights that we were putting on the street. And so instead of just saying, no, that's the policy, we went to the neighbors and we took a survey and we talked to them, and they said they didn't want it. And so we're evaluating alternatives. We were going to evaluate motion sensor lights, but as it turns out, we're going to try to adapt to the need of that particular neighborhood. And you know better than anybody that each and every neighborhood is different. Each and every street is different. And we won't always be able to pivot as quickly as we want to, nor will we be able to tailor it to what they want to see, but we should be able to pivot more and be more flexible in how we address it in different areas.
Anderson.
Tony, I can appreciate your passion for this. As long as you're able to to make it real because a lot of times I look at these kind of things and I kind of go, huh, it's kind of like, something to hand out and put on a website. So you've got to set up processes in order to make this happen. I mean, to be creative, there's probably guys at the very front lines with ideas. But if their superiors are not willing to listen to them or want to take the credit for it, or if you don't have that, then creativity doesn't happen. So that's something. I mean, the CC button ought to be able to be used. I mean, it shouldn't just all. I mean, you don't want to put. I don't know how we keep our frontline people from. We've got to really make sure they don't run into dead ends. That it gets to your desk, and you can say it's a good idea. I don't think we can do it, but it's got to get down the line, and it's got to be mandatory that any suggestion that's not just ludicrous, moves along, and somebody, a deputy city manager, somebody, it gets to that level. I mean, otherwise this is just talk. So, on all these, really collaboration, but especially the creativity piece, because there's folks out there that probably have these ideas, but it felt like they're not going to listen to me, or I'm just going to plug in my card and plug it out at the end of the day, and so I applaud all of them, but it's going to take that kind of stay on top of it and processes and creating a more open. Just not normal for government, but I'm not saying we should stick with normal, but just my thoughts. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you. I would agree. We've rolled these out to the EMT. As I mentioned, they have been incredibly receptive, almost to the point of being enthusiastic. Either they were lying to me and trying to favor themselves with me, or they were being truthful, and I choose to believe that they were being truthful. I think once we start rolling these out in the organization, which we'll do right after the holidays in January, we'll roll those out. We'll get this out to the folks, and it'll be working through the middle management. It'll take some convincing.
Last thing, and it's just semantics, but when I read that slogan, I assume you mean public safety when you say safety, right?
I mean safety on all levels, public safety, but also safety on all levels. For example, somebody working in a ditch somewhere, they need to be safe about what they're doing and how they're doing it.
So you're not really referring to, what's the right word? A safe place from the standpoint of fire and police. You're saying.
I think that applies as well. Yes, I think it applies universally. For example, and I'll give you a quick example. One of the things we always that appears on our evaluation forms for all employees is safety, because it's one of our existing values. And there's certain people to whom this safety does not matter, does not apply. There's no way in which they provide safe operations. But police and fire, yes, of course. But then there are situations in which we're running emergency management operations and folks need to be safe. When you're running a chainsaw, you need to be safe. When you're running a tree trimming operation, safety comes in. So it's more universal.
Well, I mean, that, as you well know, how much of our budget goes to police and fire, and how that's our most,
yes, sir,
as core as it gets for us. And that's kind of left out of that, which is a little bit, not trying to micromanage here, but just, it seems like that's not,
I understand.
Not in there.
We had that concern. We had, especially with public services, because public services relies on safety on a daily basis.
Well, that makes sense in that.
But in this case, we believe that safety is accountability. It's part of the accountability equation. That everybody who goes out there has an accountable situation in which they have to be safe and work in a safe environment.
All right.
Okay, Tony, let's move it along.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, we're going to move up the 1 o'clock presentation. I understand that we have some folks that are going to have to get out of here a little earlier. And so we want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to participate in the budget development situation. So I'm going to turn this over to Mary and let her walk us through this process.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. In keeping with the idea of doing things differently, we thought this year about how do we get the priorities of City Council going into the 24 budget process. We know we've done it a host of different ways, and so one of the things we wanted to do this year was hear directly from you. So Laura just handed out a sheet. We were going to do this over lunch, so we're asking you to listen and actively think about it. And write down 4 priorities that you think of going into the 24 budget process. And we gave some examples on there to be broad, but not too broad, but not too specific. So the example on the paper is like, while we know transportation, for example, is important, is there specific areas in transportation? And maybe not down to the street level, but is it sidewalks? Is it resurfacing? Is it those things? And so we're going to walk through a process. There'll be no little dots. We actually are going to utilize technology this morning to then take this feedback and prioritize it so that we as staff have your direction as we think about the 24 process. And so while you work on this, and when you're done, if you could hand them to us, because that would help us get the system ready to go. Laura is going to come up and give you a preview of the fiscal year 24 budget process as you work through this. You ready? All right. Any questions on that? It's pretty clear. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to talk about the FY24 budget development and just get you into understanding some of the pressures that we're going to be seeing. So I want to first start out with the calendar. The timeline here shown provides an overview of what we believe will be the upcoming budget benchmarks. We have 3 work sessions in January, March, and May scheduled. We have the FY24 recommended budget will be in the first week of May, followed by the public hearing 2 weeks later and adoption in June. We will have a presentation from Dr. Dagabe this afternoon regarding the economy, but I'm going to just tell you a few things that I know. Consumer confidence is fragile, but it is getting better. Inflation, as you know, is high, but that is actually coming down. The number that you see up here, the 8.2% is September's. October's was released last week, and it's at 7.7%. So there's a slow downward cycle that we're seeing month over month. There are persistent supply chain issues still, but it's improving. So all of these things, what are some of the recent things that have gone on that's caused some of these inflations that we see? We have drought that has impacted Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, California. We have the avian flu that is touching our flocks and our poultry, and our eggs are higher. We have the Ukrainian war that is causing international prices of fertilizer, wheat, and fuel to go up. So we will expect some FY20 for budget pressures. We have them every year. Here are some of them that we believe might be impacting us. We have the ever-changing labor market right now. It is still changing. We have people who are leaving jobs, but we have less vacancies than last year, so that's a good thing. We want to continue our core services at current levels. That's getting difficult to do with inflation. We're hoping the inflation goes down so we can continue those at the same resource level. We have our unassigned fund balance and our debt capacity, which is not as flexible as years past. And we have the finance director that will be giving a presentation on that shortly. We have infrastructure preservation and maintenance. We have 2 studies that are getting finalized, the buildings assessment, and we have Parks and Rec for both overall parks, and we have Greenfield Lake, which will be coming forward. We have security for both our employees and cyber for our data to make us safe. The current inflation rates, as I said, have supply chain issues and some companies are remodeling their business processes right now. They can't get supplies in, and so they're not holding those on their storefront. They're actually ordering them. We have equipment and vehicles, and some of those equipment and vehicles are up 25% than prior years. And we have some delivery times that are still 1 to 2 years out. There's no scheduled agency process. We had 2 agency processes last year, so this year we do not have any. So we expect and still expect to have agencies come forward. If you recall, the economic development one is 3-year process, and our agency for our local human services agencies is a 2-year. So we're going into the second year. FY24 will be the second year of that process. So overall revenue trends, I like to show you what has been going on with property taxes, and I know there's a lot. So the blue columns are the city's taxable assessment values. You go down to the yellow line, that is the levied tax rate. And then the numbers on the bottom is actually the tax rate that creates the levied tax. You can see that there's a steady increase in our levies. Every hiccup that you see is essentially a reevaluation where we have to at least publish a net neutral, and we may increase taxes, but we do have to publish a net neutral. If you take away those reappraisal years, it's average of 1.9% growth every year. Sales tax is one of the most difficult ones to predict, and really is the one that keeps me up at night when we adopt a budget. It's very impactful by consumer confidence. Last few years, we've had hurricanes, we've had the pandemic, we've had one-time stimulus, and so there's a lot of money floating out there that is one time that it will eventually leave the system and the growth rate will slow. We are going to go through the exercise that we talked about, collaboratively giving your priorities. One of the things that this budget does, and one of the processes that we've inflicted a couple years ago, is that we ask you throughout the budget development to tell us what your priorities are. We're going to start out asking you this time, but every work session we're going to bring those forward and see if there's anything that has changed, so we're all on the same page as we develop the FY24 budget. The city continues to have receive requests that far outnumber the annual revenue incremental growth. Funding needs for non-discretionary and core services take up the majority of that growth. The challenge that we have is limited resources, and the best way is strategically to use approaches that reprioritize our services, look at allocations that are already made, and do they still meet the community's needs? Can we shift some? Can we share those resources? One of the tools that we use, and it's a fluid tool, is called a service prioritization, where we identify services and activities and we put costs and FTEs. We rank order them within community priorities, and it is the foundation for discussions during the budget process. If there's one that's ranked lower and has more funding, the discussion starts, is there a shift that can be done so we can meet this need? Can we share a resource? And there may be explanations that we can't, but this is just one of the things that we use in those discussions. It's a best practice to do this. We're using a national tool, and then we've kind of made it Wilmington special for things that we've done. We will be updating it once the strategic plan is done. It provides a fair assessment across the board. We're looking at the points now. Maybe we need to change some of our points. It provides measurable results, and then that we can have those discussions with departments. So some of those things that may be discussed as we consider reallocating resources and changing the landscape may be related to the changing workforce. We have demands for different type of benefits and wages and increases. We have our capital funding, which inflation is really starting to impact the projects that we've already funded. We have changing demands in the community. They want us to have connectivity better around the city. We have to identify those barriers for our marginalized populations so they can get the services that we provide. We have staffing plans that should be looked at for various key targeted areas in the city. And we have cybersecurity, as I mentioned, that is always a threat, and we need to get on that, make sure that our data isn't held hostage or everything shut down. So as I end today, with a reminder of the work session, again, we will always come forward and ask you for your priorities. We want this to be a back and forth, not just us presenting. And we are going to go into the information that you had just gotten us, and we'll come back with that with an exercise. If there are no questions. Yes.
Y'all hear me? Thank you. I know it's early, but what are we, with regards to the historical view of sales tax, what are we preliminary? I mean, we've seen year-over-year increases since 14. I realize there's a lot of uncertainty in the markets right now, and likely we're going to see some pullback in consumer spending. But with that in mind, I mean, I would assume we're still going to see some percent increase as we've seen it, nearly 10 years in some form or fashion. Do we have any sort of preliminary projections on what we're going to budget for 24? And are we going to see a percentage increase in our budget from the sales tax revenue?
We'll see a percentage increase in this, but the presentations are a little out of order, so I kind of get into that in the quarterly report one. Sales tax is 3.5 months behind.
Sure.
So for FY23, we've only received one. But the past 3 months worth of data, we're getting impacted by the increase New Hanover County did in FY22 with the 5 cents. So if you recall, New Hanover County and counties can select how they're going to distribute sales tax. It's either going to be by the total levy or by the population of the jurisdictions within and the percentage with there. We do percentage of ad valorem. With their increase of 5 cents, they benefited from that, and we lost that for the 2 months out of FY22, and now we're going to have 10 months in FY23. So the past 3 months, which would be May, June, and July, we have seen a flat increase, no increase from the prior year, and that was expected. So we should have an increase, but it won't be double digits as we've seen in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Just say it like it is. They raise taxes, we take it on the chin.
Yes, we will
They
lose
get
some.
rewarded for raising the property tax due to ad valorem value, and we lose. The way you said it was too nice.
Mary. And Mary will be coming up.
Ready to exercise?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We're nothing if not adaptable, right? So we are going to collect those handouts if you have completed the exercise and get the interactive portion ready. That'll take us a few minutes. In order to keep the agenda moving, Jennifer Moretti is going to come up and start at the beginning of the day and give you a year-end financials for fiscal year 22. So we're going to start there, and then when that's done, we'll take another look at the priorities and begin to prioritize them.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This morning, we're going to review the city's fiscal year 2022, June 30 year-end financial results. So the financial information I am sharing this morning is still estimated at this point, as we have not received our final audit yet. But at this point, there's not expected any changes, so these numbers should still stand. The year-end balances for our 4 enterprise funds and the general fund are shown here. We have the year-end amended budget, actual revenue totals, actual expense totals, so you can see how we did in comparison to the budget. The difference between the actual revenues and expenses impact our total fund balance, as shown with the fund balance change. Also shown is the balance in the unassigned fund balance, which is the category we talk most about, and as these funds are what we use available to appropriate for one-time recurring costs. In addition is the percent of the unassigned fund balance as it relates to our operating budget. Note the change in total fund balance shown here, as it will not be the same impact on unassigned fund balance that we'll discuss in more detail with the results of each fund. Looking at the revenues closer for our enterprise funds, these are our rate-funded operations. These amounts in the chart do not include appropriated fund balance in the budget amounts, so we can get a better idea on the difference of the operational revenues received versus what we budgeted to receive. All except parking show actual revenues received exceeded the budget. And in reality, parking did as well, but I'll explain a little bit more about that when we get to that. Recycling and trash services, they received $112,000 more in fees collected than what we had projected with the budget. Rates were increased 4% in January per the rate study conducted in fiscal year 21. For stormwater, $108,000 were received more in fees than what was budgeted. And again, rates were increased 1% in July of 2021. In parking, they actually received $388,000 more in fees than what we budgeted. However, if you recall, we had to implement GASB 87 for the lease standard this year. And part of that in the beginning where we had to budget for all of our lease for the parking spaces. And so that increased the budget by $1.8 million. And so that kind of skews the results of this. So they actually did receive $388,000 more in revenues than what we budgeted. And you'll see this again on our expense side. Yes, sir.
What term did you use to start that sentence? Something, some kind of leases or what?
Our GASB 87, our governmental accounting standard boards, they implemented in the last year, we have to record all of our leases on our financial statements. So anything that we are leasing from or leasing to, we now have to record and include on our financial statements. So in the beginning, since it's a new standard, there's difference of opinions from the State Treasurer's Office, our auditors, and the Government Finance Officers Association as to how they wanted to see this reported. And so in the beginning, we were understanding from our auditors we needed to include a budget for all of the leases that we have, existing and new ones that we implemented this year. With more information as we got to the end of the year, and remember, we cannot amend our budget after June 30, so we had to make sure that we had this in our financial statements before we got to a point where we couldn't go back and have that as a comment in our financials. We learned that it was just the current leases that we went into this fiscal year that we had to actually record with the budget. And going forward, you'll see this as we explained and went over last year. Anytime we have new leases that come up during the year, we will have to come to council and have a budget appropriation. It's just a financial reporting. Before we didn't have to include it. We showed leases as an expense, and now we have to show it as a financial impact to our financial statements, and we have to show the payment of that instead of an expense as a debt service payment. So it's treated more like debt than it is just an annual expense. In golf, they received 340,000 more than budget. There was no rate increases in fiscal year 22, but they did have a lot more rounds played, which brought in more revenue than anticipated at the time the budget was projected. This slide represents the overall general fund budget for revenues, not including appropriated fund balance, as a comparison to the actual revenue received for fiscal year 22. For the budget, we had $121 million compared to actual revenues received in the general fund of $130 million in total. The revenue received exceeded the budget by $9.4 million. You can see that our major revenue sources are property taxes and sales tax, together making up over 80%. For fiscal year 22, we received $310,000 more in property tax revenue than budgeted and $6.2 million more in sales tax. And as Laura just discussed, we may start to see the sales tax increases slow down with the rising costs as well as the change in the distribution. But this is one of those hard to project revenue sources. Unrestricted revenue is where we saw the next largest increase over budget, and that was with the ABC revenue coming in at $1.5 million more than what we budgeted. So we actually received $3.25 million in ABC revenues this year. The other revenue column that includes interest earnings, sale of capital assets, and the largest increase in this column is an insurance payment we received going back for Hurricane Florence. That was about $740,000.
Speaking about Hurricane Florence, have we been totally reimbursed for everything?
There is, on my last slide,
Sorry,
we'll get
go ahead.
into that more
Go ahead, I'm
detail.
sorry. Go ahead.
Moving over to the expenses, comparing budget to actual for the enterprise funds, all had less expenses than budget. Golf was only 28,000 under, so very close with that one. For recycling and trash, actual expenses are lower than budget by $1 million. The largest difference is $380,000 in salary and benefit costs due to vacancies and turnovers. $278,000 was lower in what we budgeted for landfill costs, and others were just throughout the operating lines. For stormwater, expenses are lower than budget by $1.2 million, of which $610,000 was from salaries and benefits. $235,000 of this is due to an early redemption of the 2007 bonds that we did in FY21. It just came in late after we projected the budget for FY22. In parking, they're 2.4 below budget, but again, as with the revenue side, 1.8 of this is related to the lease standard. So of their actual difference is $600,000 below budget, and $249,000 of that is related to professional services with the parking management company, and then $220,000 is just with different services, utilities, et cetera. Looking at our general fund budget to actual results for expenses, the overall general fund expenses were 9.7 million below the amended budget. 5 million of this is salaries and benefits. The chart is broken down by function for comparison purposes. So for our general government function, 3.6 below budget for our actual expenses. 1.5 million of that is from salary and benefits, excuse me. 1.2 million is in different operational costs, including supplies, staff training, and different services. For public safety, our police and fire, they were 3.3 million under budget. 1.8 million is salary and benefits. And transportation, they were 1 million below budget. 700,000 of that is from salary and benefits. With cultural and recreation, they were 1.6 million under the budget. 1 million of that is from salary and benefits. I'm emphasizing the salary and benefits just to show that due to our large vacancies and turnovers, that was the big reason why our expenses were so much lower than what we budgeted. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wrote that down because I kept hearing that salary and benefits. Will there be a place later on to, say how we're gonna fix that? Like how we're-
Yes, HR has a presentation coming up that
Okay.
will go over where we're at with our vacancies.
All right, thank you.
The transit column, that is the annual payment that we make to WAVE. For 22, it was 1.5 million. And then the other column, that includes that debt service we were referring to on the leases, as well as transfers to other funds. These are the results of our major funds unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 21 compared to fiscal year 22 to show what the impact the current fiscal year had on our financial balances that we have available for planning unexpected situations such as storms, pandemics, and other unanticipated project costs. The unassigned fund balance percent represents the percentage of the unassigned fund balance to the fiscal year amended budget. That is how we calculate this, is based on that amended budget. Stormwater fund and the parking fund cover capital projects, so it is expected to have a higher percentage of unassigned fund balance. For recycling and trash fund, that balance is being utilized to replace the trucks. Dave gave a presentation to you all on the agenda review, using their fund balance to replace a lot of their refuse trucks. Going forward, we will be moving this into the fleet fund. And so that annual payment will be moving over to the fleet fund each year, and that will keep this at a level balance there. And the golf fund, it shows a strong fund balance, and just want to remind you all that a few years ago, they were just below our minimum level. Since COVID came and that being the only real activity people could do, they picked up a lot of activity at the golf course, and so they were able to bring this up and now are looking very well. Recall on that first slide, I asked you to take note of the total fund balance difference. As you can see from here, that difference is not the same as the year over year in our unassigned fund balance, and that is related to the different categories of fund balance. So here there are 5 categories of fund balance. Whatever is not restricted in those first 4 is what we have available as our unassigned that we can use for future appropriations. Wanted to point out just a couple of these that made a big difference. Excuse me. For the unassigned area, that subsequent year's expenditures, you see for fiscal year 21, it's 8.8 million. When we prepare our fiscal year 22 budget, we adopt that before the end of fiscal year 21. So we are required to pull anything that we are using out of fund balance to balance that 22 budget out of unassigned and put it in assigned as our year end for fund balance totals. So that pulled 8.8 out of the unassigned for that year. For fiscal year 22, when we adopted our fiscal year 23 budget, there was 1.3 million that we used in the adopted 23 budget to balance. So we had 1.3 in assigned. So that difference right there, as well as the restricted amount of stabilization by state statute, caused the difference to go from a total fund balance decline of 8 million to unassigned of being much less, only a 1.8 million decrease. The stabilization by state statute, as I've explained in the past, is a calculation we are required by North Carolina general statutes to pull out an amount that we have already obligated for encumbrances or different liabilities and deferred revenues that is not available to appropriate for other uses.
Mayor, couple questions, probably just a dum-dum, which I'm fine with. Teach me. On the unassigned fund balance change page, it's not numbered, but it's the all blue slide. FY 2021, FY 2022, go back. Well, there it is. Why is it, I guess it just looks odd to me that one is 47 million or 48 almost. There's a $1.8 million delta, and that's 8%.
Based on our overall, yeah, because of these different categories. So you can see the differences in each category. That impacts that unassigned fund balance. So as that change occurs, we have to pull out different things for committed, assigned, restricted. Whatever's left is unassigned, that's available to appropriate. So there's differences that occurred from one year to the next that offsets our total fund balance is what the revenues and expenses difference is. That impacts our overall total fund balance. And then whatever these changes are that we have to restrict, whatever left becomes our unassigned.
So round numbers, what's 10%? 2 million?
It would depend on whatever else happens here. That's why it's hard to project at any time, is without knowing what encumbrances and liabilities and everything else we have at that time. It's hard to project what fund balance is. So it's not a flat percentage. It's just.
So the money we've discussed over the last, I don't know, year, with a lot of these projects
Yes.
that are over budget. Is that in here anywhere yet, or is that
I will,
soon to be in here?
Yes, I'm hoping I will be able to clear that up.
So it's not part of that 8.8 and it's not part of that 1.3.
Right.
Okay.
This is just information for you all to show what our unassigned fund balance in the general fund has been for the last 12 years. It's been very healthy. Fiscal year 19, that is in relation to Hurricane Florence. We pulled 11 million out of the general fund and 13 million out of the debt service fund to cover that storm. This kept our general fund balance at our policy limit, so we weren't in violation of our policy there. This is our fund balance policy for unassigned fund balance that we're all very familiar with. We talk about it often. I do want to point out the bottom section that we have, we updated in fiscal year 18 to include an option for council to transfer any funds over 30% level to the debt service fund. That would offset any future tax adjustments with our future capital plans. Due to hurricanes and other needs, we have not exercised this option since it's been in place. And due to various different economic development opportunities that we are looking at and the potential to use fund balance, we're not recommending moving any funds this year either. So there are sometimes confusion on what we are showing as available to appropriate for other needs from our unassigned fund balance. And as I mentioned, essentially, there is only one time to accurately calculate this number, which is at fiscal year end. This is when we know what our actual revenues and expenditures are, as well as any restrictions on total fund balance. I always show you the year-end balance when talking about our fiscal year-end results. Then around March, when we are talking about the next budget year, we start to project what this balance might be based on what we know at that time, making a lot of assumptions on what can be appropriated with the next year's budget. Here I'm showing you the calculation based on fiscal year 22 amended budget, as well as the fiscal year 23 adopted budget, as our unassigned fund balance is calculated on the budget amount. As we amend our budget throughout the year, this calculation changes along with it. So to give you an example of how that works, if we look at our fiscal year 23, we are showing we ended with 46 million of unassigned fund balance, with our fiscal year 23 adopted budget at 130 million. Our unassigned fund balance is at 35%. If we appropriate 10 million of that unassigned fund balance for, let's say, an economic development opportunity, and we increase our budget because we have to appropriate it before we can spend it, that brings our unassigned down to 36 million and our budget 140 million. That calculation then comes to 25% of unassigned available. So it takes it from 35% down to 25%. Now, if we receive 10 million in revenue from another source and we're not taking it from unassigned fund balance, we're increasing the budget by 10 million to 140 million. We have to appropriate it to spend it, but we're still leaving our unassigned fund balance at 46 million. That changes that calculation from 35% to 33%. So it's all in relation based on our calculation. We are looking at moving to where we bring you one number throughout the year and it stays at that number to lessen any confusion on what we're talking about and how we can come up with the funds to cover different things. So staff will be working on that and then bring back with a discussion on what that means and what that looks like.
Jennifer, I know that you deal a lot with the bond agencies that when they're looking to, for us to, when we're borrowing money.
Yes, sir.
And I know that our policy has been 20 to 25%.
Yes, sir. A minimum of 20 to 20.
So if we go to the 20% mark as opposed to 25%, let's just say we're looking at accelerating, resurfacing our streets or whatnot, or whatever. If you go to the 20% and you take a little bit more money out of the fund balance for one-time expenditures of projects that we might feel need to be done, how do the bond agencies, I mean, are they freak out? Because I mean, at 20%, it's still a healthy fund balance and we're pretty fiscally conservative run city. Does it affect it that much or at all?
What they'll look at is a trend. What are you using that fund balance for? Every year when we go out to issue debt, we meet with the bond rating agencies and we have to provide an explanation on what we've used fund balance for. So they look at that and they look at a trend, a year over year. Some of them look at a 3 to 5 year trend. If we consistently are spending it down and we're spending it on operations instead of a one-time, then that will look negatively on us. And so then they'll start to question our stability and financial management. And there will be concern that we're using fund balance to pay ongoing costs, and that will impact our rating. Two of the things that we are commented on are our conservativeness, our financial management, our reserve balance. And one of the things that they show concern about is our level of debt. While we are well within our debt levels for state and the bond rating agency in comparison with the revenues that are coming in, they're consider our debt level as moderate. So that those are the two things that they're looking at. But because we have the reserve level that we do, there's no doubt that we'll be able to pay our debt service payments, and that's what they're concerned about.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So here is our capital balances for each of our funds, and these are balances that when we are using, like say, a general fund transfer over to a capital project, and that project comes in under budget, those funds are unrestricted. We can transfer them to this capital balance fund to be used for other like projects. Also, any interest we receive on unrestricted funds in our projects come into capital balances. So when we are looking at project overruns or new projects that come up that were outside of a plan, we always look at current existing projects for available funds. Then we come to our capital balances, and we always look at using fund balance last. And if you all recall from year to year, these balances are quite low as where they used to be on the general fund side. Moving into our convention center fund, this shows the results over the last 4 years, just to update you on the impacts that the pandemic had on this fund. Prior to COVID, we were seeing a healthy, growing fund where we were adding to the fund balance, and we even had projected to repay the general fund for the land of $2.1 million. When COVID came, the convention center and hotels had to close, and there were concerns that we would need to spend down the fund balance and not be in a very good situation, not knowing how long that would last. But as we started to see openings, that made us feel a little bit more comfortable. But we were seeing losses in our room occupancy tax and event revenues. And at that time, we had estimated a loss of potentially over $5 million. Fiscal year 20 saw the start of the pandemic impact and was negatively impacted for March through June of 20. And then in 21, we started to see a change in our room occupancy tax coming back around March of 2021. As you recall, in July of 2021, Live Oak Pavilion opened and the hotels were booked and revenue started coming back in. In addition to the revenue from room occupancy tax, we also appropriated $4.8 million of our ARPA funding to offset the impacts of the pandemic in the convention center fund. So we are now back to a place that we feel comfortable programming that payback to the general fund. And so for fiscal year 24, you'll see us programming to start pay the general fund back for that land purchase of $2.1 million. The rest of these slides are more informational purposes. This is just our room occupancy tax revenue that we've received for fiscal year 20 through 22. This shows the impact of the room occupancy tax loss due to the pandemic. March of 2021 going forward looks much better. And this is how that room occupancy tax distribution is done. It is a 6% tax, and it's distributed as you can see here. The General Assembly gives the authorization to specific counties for specific uses. So it's not something that we make that decision on or can change. It does have to be authorized by the General Assembly. This is, again, just informational purposes based from discussions we've had in previous years, just to show how much the Convention Center and Wilmington's received over the past 4 years. During COVID, as you recall, the unincorporated areas of the county, as well as the beach communities, saw an increase in room occupancy tax as people were coming to the beaches. Everything closed, so they were visiting the beach and working from the beach areas. Wilmington and the Convention Center, we did not see that increase. We actually lost revenue. So March 2020 through March of 2021, as you can see, had the heavy hits. For our emergency events, just to show you the past emergencies that we've had to work with, the estimated cost of those, as well as what we received in revenue and reimbursements or eligible to receive. And then what we're still waiting on. So Hurricane Florence, again, that was September 2018. Right now, that was the $33 million storm, and we are still waiting on $8.5 million to come back. Do know that we are still working on several projects to get completed and make repairs to. Of this $8.5 million, $4 million is related to storm drainage repairs that we are waiting on getting reviewed and closed out from FEMA and the state. $1 million of that is due to repairs at the convention center. $2 million is in various buildings, and then $1.5 million will come back to the general fund for administration costs. A small amount we're still waiting to receive for Hurricane Isaias, and that is waiting on final closeout review and administration costs to come back to us. For Hurricane Florence, we did also receive $1.2 million in her insurance reimbursement for claims.
Jennifer, if you'll allow me to interrupt for just a second. I typically have said it takes 3 to 4 years to get your reimbursements back. I want you to note that there's an $8.5 million outstanding after 4 years from Florence. And that's not only the inability of the federal government to respond, but also the constraints on the staff to be able to respond to the quality or the depth of the problems that go on. For example, this particular facility had roof issues. And we're having to correct those, and they had to wait for the process. So it's a double barrel process, but it's still one that results in us not getting money back for as long as 5 years.
Well, Tony, so most of the money, from what I understand, has been sent from the feds to the state, but the state, there's a lag time between what the state portion of reimbursement is, and or is that a correct statement?
I've heard that, Jennifer.
Yes. So with the storms, FEMA, the federal government, will reimburse 75% of eligible costs. Now, each state can make a decision on if they will cover any of the additional 25% or none of it at all. They all make their decisions. North Carolina has agreed to pay 25%, and they can change that with each storm. So when we present a claim, we get 75% from the federal government and 25% to the state. But yes, the federal government does send those funds to the state, and then we have to go through a review process with the state to make sure that everything, all the requirements at the federal level have been included in our procurement and everything is eligible and that is all vetted out. Part of the problem with the delay is as other storms come in, those people that are working with us to review ours are pulled away for other events and other storms. So we're having to wait sometimes, especially when we're waiting for FEMA to review. They're all over the country. So we're waiting for them to come back in and be able to look at ours while they're responding to other emergencies throughout the country. And the same with the state. A lot of these people that are reviewing it are contractors that are hired on for each event. So they do have a lot of turnover as well. So it does take time at all levels. And with that, you have any following questions?
Just a comment. So in respect to the room occupancy tax, it seems like we're back, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we're fine.
It's been looking good on, when we opened up Live Oak Pavilion, I was actually walking downtown to get lunch, and there were so many people that were coming from different states to come here to the concerts, and they were having trouble finding hotel rooms. And so they were staying at various hotels throughout the city because they couldn't get one hotel to share. So that has brought back, I think that was when we started to see a real big uptick in our room occupancy tax. Throughout the city, the hotels have been booked when we have those shows. So it's been great.
Thank you. Luke?
Yep. Thank you. With regards to fund balance utilization, our county partners have kind of been in hot water with the LGC recently for not deploying their available capital, kind of their healthy fund balances, and rather going out to debt markets or P3 partnerships when they have sufficient amount of cash on hand. So I'm a proponent of having a healthy rainy day fund, and will continue to be as I learn more about what we do up here. But as we move forward in this budget discussion, I do think it's important to see some scenario specific ways that we can utilize our fund balance and continue to look at that 30 to 25 range, and how those funds can be could be deployed. I think it's important we have a healthy amount of cash of the people's money, how we can continue to utilize that. And I appreciate kind of the scenario specific things that you guys put forward here. It is helpful, and I think it's a big part of the way forward. Another small point, kind of a high level comment, is that it kind of appeared that we are kind of consistently budgeting our revenue too low and our expenses too high. I mean, is that just kind of what we, as a conservative way of budgeting, we kind of want to make sure we're there, or do we see that year over year typically?
We do budget conservatively, which is again a good remark that we get from our rating agencies. But because there's so many unknowns, especially with the sales tax, I mean, that's been the biggest area we've seen in the last several years where we've actually received more revenue than we had projected. And again, as Laura explained, it is based on ad valorem. So we don't know what everyone's tax rate is going to be or what they're going to set that tax rate. That will impact us 10 months in the following year that changes. And so it's really hard to project. And then with the last several years with COVID and all the money that was being handed out to people from the federal government, that's the stimulus money. They were outspending that. And so that brought in a lot more revenue and sales tax when we actually thought, people were going to be more conservative because, things were shut down and not being able to go and spend the money that they were spending on it before. So it was a big change in how they spent, and they had more, available funds to spend. So it's really, there's different things that make it really hard to project on what that comes in. When we do a rate change for our rate funded funds, it's really based on history. And then when you have a growth level that may be different, or a change in how people are using that service, that impacts as well. So it's never going to be a direct, an even amount, but we do look at those things. With the expense side, for the last couple of years, we have seen, prior to more so since COVID hit, where we're just having that constant turnover. And so our vacancies, positions are staying vacant a lot longer. And then, it's hard to get good applications in and get people hired, and that all takes time. And so you're not spending the salary money during that time that it's vacant. And so that adds to those expenses. That's been the biggest thing year over year in the last several years is related to salaries and benefits on that savings for the expense side. So we do try to, make sure that we are covered. Again, we're trying to avoid a budget violation, so we cannot spend over what we have appropriated in the budget. So we're trying to project what we're going to spend throughout the end of the year. And because we operate on an accrual method with government financials, we have to accrue any expenses that we may pay after June 30. But because that service was provided prior to June 30, we have to back all that up. So it's really hard to know what that is. And that goes out, 90 to 120 days after. Right now, we're still waiting for our audit to come back from our auditors. So if we were to get an expense today that, was serviced from prior to June 30 from, maybe a contractor left something out and they show on their invoice that they provided that service prior to June 30, we'll have to go back and redo all of our financial statements and move that expense back to last year. So it makes it really hard to project. And then with, as Laura mentioned, sales tax revenue, that's a 3.5 month lag. So we're getting sales tax in September, that's for June. So it's really hard to know what that's going to be. So we're trying to project that with our budget, and it just makes it difficult. But with the environment that we've been in the last couple of years, I think we've seen bigger variances than we had prior to.
I'm sure it's a difficult process to kind of project these items. And I know I typically hammer pretty hard on projections from a sales tax revenue standpoint. Not going to hear as much of that, I don't think, this year, because the national trend is people are tightening the wallet. So I think we should be kind of conservative on that budget without projecting doom and gloom. I think we could, for what that's worth.
Yes, sir.
I just want to commend you and the staff for keeping us afloat, with all of the challenges that we've had. Since I've been on the board, I've had hurricanes and floods and pandemics and all those kinds of things. But I'm very pleased with us having a rainy day fund and being able to keep people employed and keep the city running in spite of all of the challenges that we face. So I just want to commend you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
To Luke's point a little bit, it's something that I've always struggled with too, because we seem, look, I'd rather it come out that way than the other way, trust me. But, and I guess things I've kind of hung my hat on with that a little bit is the sales tax. We've been in as a city, kind of a positive trend line period compared to a lot of cities, mostly smaller cities in our state. So we kind of a lot of times get a bigger number than we thought, even in downtimes. And the other part, and you mentioned it briefly, and maybe it was the other presentation, but I don't know, how long has it been since we've had most of our departments like police, we're always, there's a jobs openings, there's a lot of turnover. So we end up with, I would assume we budget for full personnel, but we haven't been able to get there in quite a long time. And the turnover rate's been high, especially the last, since COVID. Is that an accurate statement?
It is, and in the past budgets, we have included what's been called kind of like a salary savings. So we look at the trend of year over year, what have those vacancies been? And we will, especially in the general fund, budget like a negative budget for salaries that kind of offsets the year over year trend, but we're just seeing so much higher than that. For finance, I have a staff of 34 in finance. We were down 11 positions at one time. I had absolutely no staff in my accounts payable department. So it's felt all across the board, all departments. So it's just been unprecedented what we've been seeing in job turnover.
But that ends up being part of that delta, doesn't it?
It does.
And in some years, the last couple of years, pretty big number.
Yeah, and I believe when HR comes up and gives their presentation on what we're seeing now with our vacancies, you'll hopefully that'll see lower.
And I'm not familiar with the term. Maybe you can help me. Sound smart next time somebody asks me. But there's accounting where you do a budget off of last year's budget, more or less. Mm-hmm. And then there's what's when you just start from scratch called zero line?
Yeah,
zero base. So we always take that the prior, the first. We don't
look at our flat operation costs. What is it to do what we're doing currently? And then if some department has increase in service or new service that they want to put in, then it goes through meetings with the managers on what that looks like and where what revenue is that going to bring in and what cost is that going to have. We've seen a lot of needs throughout the city, especially after Hurricane Florence, realizing that we have a lot of maintenance needs. So we'll get into a little bit more of that when we talk about our capital improvement plans. But those are all, things that are in addition to just that baseline. What does it take to do exactly what we're doing this year? Are there any areas that we can scale back on? What's the community and the residents seeing that they need?
We take our number from last year and we need this, we can do without this.
Absolutely.
We start there.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, just to clarify, first of all, if you go to a zero-based budgeting, you throw all of your services out and start over again and justify each and every one. That's an incredibly cumbersome process. And it also means that you would look at services such as basic police service, basic fire service again and again and again. And so you generally don't do that. What we do try to encourage through service prioritization and through general administration of the budget is to make sure that if somebody's going to come in and ask for an enhancement, something new, that they have looked internally at eliminating a service that may no longer be appropriate. So we try to do that as well. So it's more of an incremental approach, absolutely. But in zero-based budgeting, it would require a great deal of analysis.
Well, where I'm coming from on that, Tony, is not from me. It's from citizens.
Yes, sir.
And they wonder why we don't do that every 10 years or something, and to try to get they argue that that's why we're always over. Now, I'm just trying to have a way to have a conversation back with them where I sound somewhat intelligent. So.
Should.
I appreciate that.
I mean, with a AAA bond rating and money that we have in the bank and the way we have run this city for many years is fiscally conservative as you can be. And the needs for the community continue to grow, especially with road and fixing our roads. I don't have to tell you guys that. And we continue to hear from our citizens, fix the roads, but don't raise my taxes. And I think we've been able to accomplish a lot of these things by using fund balance in a very strategic way, but in a very conservative way without violating the LGC or our bond rating agencies. So I would challenge any citizen that want to come in here and talk to our finance people about how fiscally conservative we are. We're very fiscally conservative.
I'm very happy with the way we do things. I want to be able to have that conversation because they'll say,
Come in and talk.
they'll say you got the AAA bond rating because you're coming in over budget all the time. So,
But I
but
would,
now we're coming in over budget on a lot of these projects, and now is when that money is gonna come to the rescue.
Neil, I would imagine that every department probably wants more than we give them. I know that. We all know that. But it's the same old adage, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. And what I mean by that is everybody wants the services, but they don't want us to raise taxes.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
people, those same people that you're referring to, and I get it, I get the similar conversations, but, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm telling you, that unassigned fund balance, you let a hurricane come along and tear up the street, tear up this place like Hurricane Fran did, for example. Hurricane Fran was much more visual, I guess, than Hurricane Florence. Probably not a lot of difference in what they ended up doing, but you want to catch hell, you not be prepared to go out and clean up and get your town back together and get the debris off the sides of the roads. They don't care about tax rates or our bond rating. They want to get it done. And that's where it's like people say, why don't you have snow equipment? We don't have snow equipment because we don't need it, but we always need that fund balance because the chances of us having a hurricane are great any year. And what always scares me is more than one. Because just before Hurricane Fran, we had Hurricane Bertha,
Yes.
and it set the stage for Fran with all the rain it dropped. So I'm just telling you, savings account's a wonderful thing, and we don't abuse it. I know we've had to dip into it for things that we needed, that made our city better. But I'm telling you, you start playing with that fund balance and getting it down to where we can hold the tax rate down, and everybody wants that. But come hurricane season, you better be prepared.
And I think we are. I think that the lowest fund balance I've ever seen in this city, it wasn't a hurricane. It was a mistake by a tax administrator at the county. And let's not forget about that because that was about $12 million hit that nobody saw coming. And they kept their job.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kevin.
Jennifer, I just want to thank you for the one particular slide that you had in there was the breakdown of taxes and how we gather our taxes and the percentage for property taxes and sale taxes. And that number was what? Was it at 51% to 30% or something like that?
Yeah, it was a total of 81% for the two sales tax and property tax.
Right. So, and that's great because I received a phone call yesterday and along the same lines of what my fellow council members are talking about as, what are we doing with tax money and why are we spending this on Live Oak and why are we spending this with on the convention center and things of that nature. And I try to explain that it's a partnership and we're unable to do the things that we need to do without the taxes. But I think there's a myth of, the people who pay property taxes, that the city goes as they go. And that other people are unimportant in the grander scheme of what a city looks like. And so I'm just glad that slide was in there to help people show the importance of everyone in the community as it relates to the community growing and how we conduct business. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I think Kevin's point received some more phone calls this week. A lot of the press, we don't have a lot of good local press anymore. I'm not knocking the ones we have. We just don't have the depth that we used to. And a lot of the funds are getting spent are not property taxes or sales taxes. I mean, do you have a ballpark? How much Fed funds from COVID and ARPA have we spent in the last 2 years?
Well, with the
Just
last,
ballpark's fine.
yeah, we've gotten 25.9 million with
Okay.
ARPA and 2 million with CARES Act. So there's a lot
So we're at $28 million of the funds that you've watched. I don't know if we've spent it all yet, but that's the part given, but we've
Yeah.
spent most of that.
We've spent probably about 15 million of that 25.
My point is, a lot of those line items the last couple of years have been from those funds,
Mhm.
not from sales tax, not from our budget. So I think that, and then sometimes people don't understand. I mean, the Live Oak stuff was reimbursed, but no, but they just don't get to the fine print. They don't get to the detail. It all looks like, so people just they're not fully educated on it. And I get it. I wasn't either until I got up here and had to be. So.
Yeah, and we have a lot of grants that are state and federal funding for other
Great point.
things, that we get to help our services, but it's not coming from the taxes. It's, well, not local taxes.
I just couldn't resist. Sorry, Kevin.
No, but wait now. But I don't want, I don't want you all to make people think that we don't conduct business with taxes, because based on what you just said, Neil, and then Jennifer said, yeah, they weren't paid out of taxes. That would murky the water again. So normally we handle business from taxes, correct?
Correct. I was just saying that this week, the 800,000, if that's from memory, for Driftwood was ARPA funds, and
Well, Driftwood was HUD, federal funding.
HUD funds, which is federal, and then the money at Live Oak was reimbursed. I'm not saying that we do not conduct business using these funds. I'm just saying the public sometimes doesn't get the fine. Some of it's not coming from there. Quite a bit of it in the last couple of years, more than normal. So I think that has got some folks feel like we're spending money willy-nilly when it's really coming from the federal government a lot the last couple of years. That's all I was saying. I do not disagree with your statement one bit.
And on the slide that he's referring to, the restricted and unrestricted revenues, those are where we would show our grants that are in the general fund, the other taxes, the ABC revenue and those things. All of the majority of our grants are in a project fund, so that you don't see those at all in the general fund area. They're in a separate fund that we have to bring to you specifically, so.
I got to speak a little more, Mr. Mayor, to the fund balance, because every time I bring it up, I get smacked down the line that we need everything we've got in there, and we're going to get hit by 100 hurricanes and we won't have the cash. So I think it's important for this council, because right now we kind of have this nebulous policy. We got this 25%. We were operating at 43% in 2015, 2016. We hang out around that 31 to 35 now. So what's the number? We need to figure that out in this budget session. I think that's important to the taxpayer. I think it's important for us as leaders up here and for the staff to give them some direction. What is the number that we try and stay at and that we hit every time? I think that should be a major point of discussion moving forward, rather than just seeing these kind of shooting from the hip numbers because a hurricane's coming.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
One of the things that we're working on, and Laura alluded to it earlier, and I think Jennifer did as well, we're working on trying to develop a more firm fund balance policy, and we'll be back to you at the next work session with a much more firm policy number, and hopefully you'll be able to modify that or accept it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if it pleases the council, we'd like to take about a 15-minute break. If you could be back at 10:30, we'll have the results of your input, and we'll prioritize that.
All right. Thank you.
Also, if you have a chance, stick your head in the exhibit hall. They've got it decorated for the marine balls that have been going on here, and I think
All right, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Going to do a roll call real quick. Mayor Pro Tem, you here? Councilman Rivenbark? Councilmember Anderson?
Present.
Councilmember Barnett? Here. Councilmember Spears? Councilmember Spears? Councilmember Waddell? Here. And Chair's here. We're all here and accounted for. Okay, Mary, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you for your participation. We took a little bit of liberty and some handwriting and tried to combine some of the feedback that we got from City Council in terms of the priority areas that you mentioned. And what we'll do is we narrow these down and come back later. We'll use some of the descriptions. So I wanted to spend a moment walking through them and highlighting some of what you spent time writing, because some of what you wrote, I think, is important in terms of context. So on the slide are the items. I think there's about 15 of them. And you could tell we did combine a few because they were similar across council submittals. So the first is customer service, looking at how we can do things differently, how we can make things more simple, looking at innovation. The second one is literally worded taking care of the small stuff. And it was looking at things like potholes, cracks in the sidewalks, where there's gaps, and looking at upgrading, roads without spending a lot of money, and really just taking care of those things. Growth opportunities, especially in light of the changes in the annexation laws. So how do we grow as a community? This is a large one that actually we'll see. I'm sure this one's going to do well when we look at road improvements, traffic management. Some of the areas that council identified in this area was in terms of addressing unpaved roads, looking at transitions. So those small gaps, looking at resurfacing, and really focusing on partnerships with the state and other agencies in order to move some of this work along. Another one that we combined several answers on was affordable housing. And it was looking at middle housing, working with our partners, and really focusing also on our planning to make it affordable housing more available. Keeping taxes low was another one that was submitted. Economic development, and this one was actually in multiple areas, both in downtown, and there was also one for economic development, specifically outside of downtown. Support for the north side. Neighborhood policing, so increasing our presence, our police presence in the community. Sidewalk gaps, this was specifically mentioned, filling in those holes in our sidewalk network. Support for public transportation. Homelessness and opioids, and homelessness was mentioned in a variety of ways in terms of providing support for our partners and working within the community. Public safety, and this was also looking at not just police and fire, but it was also talked specifically about gangs and violence and gun violence. And then panhandling was the other item that was submitted. I don't know if anyone has any questions or if you feel like we didn't capture your thoughts. And again, we'll hold on to all of these notes and as we go through this, put them in better formats, but we were doing this very quickly. So the next part of this
Quickly.
Mayor.
I mean, so you merged a bunch of stuff in roads and traffic and all that, correct?
Yes.
But yet we've got public safety and neighborhood policing separate.
Well, and I can merge them together. I
Well,
am
I'm
good
just saying
merging them
you're
together.
gonna split votes. I mean, you've got, I don't know what you're trying to achieve.
We're about to vote, so I'll merge them together. That's fine. I didn't want to take necessarily that liberty since neighborhood policing was specifically mentioned, but we can. Can you combine them, Dylan? Neighborhood policing and public safety. We'll just vote on the one. All right. So in the age of technology, where we normally make you walk around the room with little dots and put them on a board, we passed out to you these handy dandy voting machines. And so we're trying here. So we're going to go through this list and ask you to pick your top 4. And so that way we as staff can have some general direction for the 24 process. We recognize that every one of these items on this list is important, and it is work that we will continue to do. But we just would like a little direction in terms of some focus areas for 24. I will say, as we continue to work on the next strategic plan, that these are all areas that you will see encompassed there. So just because if it doesn't necessarily make the list, the top list here, doesn't mean it's forgotten, and it doesn't mean we're not working on it. So the way these buttons work, we're going to go through each item, and if it is one of your top 4, you're going to press A. If it's not, you're going to press B. Easy enough, right? And you don't even have to move. All right. A is good. B is, well, it's not bad, but A is 4. Yes, if it is one of your top 4, vote A. All right, you ready, Dylan? All right, we're going to start with customer service. You ready? All right, number 2 is taking care of the small stuff. We try to do it anonymously, so we don't know who has what. I mean, we can see the results, but no, we didn't want to, we didn't name them so we could. All right, are we ready? The next one is flattening the staff structure. I think this one was about creating efficiencies. All right. Growth opportunities. This is the one thinking about how do we grow as a city in light of the changes in annexation. And so what does that look like?
Haven't voted.
Did not vote. All right. Road improvements, traffic management.
There you go, Mike.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm just talking to someone
Oh,
in the audience.
all right. Affordable housing. Nope. There you go. Keeping taxes low.
Mary, I'm sure when somebody from the press sees that, they'll say tomorrow morning, it'll say council votes to raise taxes.
I was about to actually put a caveat on that is a vote against that or a B vote means you don't want taxes high. It's in relation to everything else on the list. I hear you. Economic development. Top 4. You only had 4, yes, and you had to put them in the right basket. Yeah. All right, support for the north side. All right, one more vote. Anybody? I don't know who we're waiting on, but
Wait a minute, Mary.
all right, I'm waiting.
So if we only got our top 4, so
Yes.
whatever we give our A's to, the 4 we give our A's to, everything else is B. So I have to agree with Charlie that would make people seem like we don't care about the other things. So we probably need a letter C or something that says neutral.
No, it's just prioritization of it. As I stated at the beginning of this, we recognize that each and every one of these items is a priority to city council and it's a priority to us. And that doesn't mean we're not going to keep working on these items or keep moving them forward. We were just trying to get a little consensus on some key priorities going into the fiscal year 24 budget, understanding constraints, because
So
that's a
are we-
reality.
So are we going to have a second vote for our second tier?
No.
That
We're
would make
gonna-
a lot of
we'll-
sense.
We'll pull the whole list together, but we're gonna really, as we talk about our 24 priorities, we'll focus on the 4. I think the opportunity to see these is gonna come about when we roll out the strategic plan in the spring, which is our 5-year long-term plan. A lot of these concepts are already being discussed, and I know council has been interviewed on it, and so you'll see them in there in a way.
All right, I trust you for now.
Thank you, sir. You want to skip this one? We'll do public safety. All right, sidewalk gaps. Public transportation?
Clicker's not working.
Uh-oh.
City has no answer for public transportation.
Bye. We do. We have some actually ready to go, if need be. We actually were very excited about this system and we're thinking how we could use it in a host of ways, from community meetings to working with employees. It-
This is where you got, this is a focus group.
Yeah,
This
you're,
is a focus group here.
yeah, this is our first test of this, so
Focus.
do I need to, Dylan, do we need to just take a hand vote or? Hey, can we try the next one and see if it works? I think this is almost the last one, isn't it? This and public safety, right? Oh, homelessness. We'll give it a second. No, we'll give it a second then.
We could just do a hand count.
We can. That's what I was seeing. What do you? You want us to just take a hand count for the last, there's like 5 left. All right, so, public transportation. Any A's? 1A. How many, was that just 1A? Okay. Did you catch that? Somebody writing that down? All right. Homelessness, opioids, A. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm gonna not call them Bs because I assume if you're not an A, you're a B. Is that okay? Okay. Public safety. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then panhandling. 2. We're not gonna go back and count, but all right, we just need to make sure we got Kevin's answers, which I think. Councilmember Spears' answers. No, I did that as. All right. This is called math on the fly, so we're ready. So in terms of, and like I said, we will put this together. We'll put some description with it based on what council submitted in your handouts, because some of you wrote some really great things. You all wrote some really great things. The highest one in terms of prioritization that got votes was road improvements, traffic management. Coming in behind it was public safety. So that was number 2. And then there was a bunch of ties for the next number 3. So we'll go with those, including homelessness, opioids, affordable housing, and growth opportunities. And so again, we'll put some descriptions with these and we'll present them to council, and we'll have them at your next budget work session in January.
I just make a comment in respect to homelessness and opioids, which I know it's predominantly in the incorporated city limits, but the vast majority of money that is received to governmental agencies is coming to the county in respect to a lot of the social programming, and obviously the partnerships that we have created or worked on with, and the relationships we built at the county level with the elected leaders and the staff there is extremely important, because this is going to be a partnership. The city of Wilmington by itself is not going to be able to fix this issue. We're going to need the county to be lockstep with us in respect to that, because that's where the money's coming from. It's an extension of state government, and they get a lot of money for these particular issues. And I would hope, Tony, that that relationship continues. Obviously, we have a big stake at it because it's happening right here in the city limits, but,
Yes, sir. As you'll recall, there was a, excuse me, a joint city-county committee that was put together to distribute the opioid settlement funds. There's been a good deal of work done at the county level, and they've done a really good job of getting input on a number of issues that are associated with social issues. Councilman Waddell can probably speak to it if he'd like with regard to the opioid settlement funds, but it's an even broader section. And I think by setting up this process, we've plugged ourselves into a system that partners us with the county, like it or not. And I think it's going to be a good partnership, but Councilman Waddell can speak to it if he'd like.
Yeah, I believe we have our first meeting December 6th to
Yes,
kind of
sir.
go through the staff's, the joint city-county staff committee and their presentation on how to utilize those funds, then have the elected body committee take it to our respective elected bodies and see how I mean, it's a lot of money. And so we're going to be working hand in hand to utilize it in a prudent manner.
And to that point, one of the top priorities for the city obviously has been our opioid outreach program that we provide through our partners, and it's been funded in that process. So we have been given a good deal of consideration.
very good.
There's no further questions. We're going to move along in the agenda, and I'm going to invite Laura back up, who's going to introduce our guest speaker, who's going to give us an economic update.
Good morning again. We have, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Musian Dagabi from the University of Wilmington, and he is here to talk to us about the economic environment.
Morning. Thank you for having me. What I thought I would do is walk you through what I've been referring to as a confusing economic landscape. There is a lot that's going on at the national level, at the state level, and at the local level. And it's kind of difficult to sort through what all is happening and where we would potentially be going. And so I always like to start with this slide. A lot of the talks that I've given over the last few months and last year and a half have been trying to set expectations in a good way, right? So we have the backdrop of what we're looking at is the Federal Reserve has been trying for almost a year now to reduce inflation as much as possible. The labor market has been holding up really, really well. At the national level, clearly it's been holding up really well. At the local level, I'm going to show you some statistics in a little bit that show fairly clearly that the Wilmington economy not only has recovered all the jobs that it's lost during COVID, but it has more jobs today than it did pre-COVID. And we're looking at the same thing at the national level. One of the problems with that, though, is the Federal Reserve has been trying to break something for a year, meaning that it's trying to cool the economy. However, employers are still hiring. And so the labor market not cracking is good for us because employers are hiring, people are employed, but it's bad from the Federal Reserve standpoint because it's not seeing signs that inflation is coming down fast enough. So it's creating this very strange dynamic. The also good is that the consumer, most of us, are still in much better financial health than one would assume after coming out of a fairly significant recession that is COVID. So credit card delinquencies, for example, are still really low. However, they've been creeping up, and that's one of those things that's really important to think about. The bad is that inflation is sticky. So inflation, that's been really the theme for the last year, and that's become really hard to deal with. And one of the uncertainties that I don't understand and I think is going to drive economic activity for the next few months is that there is this very significant inconsistency between consumer sentiment and consumer spending. There are surveys that are showing, University of Michigan has this survey that asks people, what do you think about your finances? What do you think about the US economy? What do you think about your local economy? And I'll show you numbers that show that most consumers, most people are very, very pessimistic about the state of their finances and the state of the economy, but most of us are still spending a bunch of money. We're still taking trips, we're still going out to restaurants. And fortunately, that's going to come down here fairly quickly because most of us are exhausting the savings that we've accumulated during COVID. And then at the local levels, one of the things I've been thinking about a lot, and I'm sure you all have as well, is how much has the city changed as a result of work from home. I'll show you some numbers that show that the share of people working from home has increased quite substantially over the last couple of years. And to what extent does that make Wilmington more vulnerable to some of these declines that we've now been seeing, for example, at the national level? The labor market generally has been healthy. However, the one sector has been showing weakness has been the tech sector. And if a lot of the remote workers have been the ones that have moved to the city are tech workers, what does that decline in the tech sector potentially mean for some of these people that have bought homes, that have made their home Wilmington? How will that potentially translate to economic activity? So the setup here is I'm going to start at the state, national level, go down to the state, the region, and then talk a little bit about Wilmington. I always start with this because about a year ago, most of us were really talking about labor force shortages and how employers were struggling to hire. And a lot of us thought that there were a lot of people that got very significant stimulus paychecks, and that meant there were a lot of people playing video games in their parents' basements. What I'm showing you there is that labor force participation at the national level has basically almost come back to pre-COVID levels. Right? The one group where labor force participation rate is still significantly lower than pre-pandemic are people over the age of 55, right? So it's not the group that we were all worried about, meaning people who are 25 and 54, that's prime age labor force participation. It's actually people who are 55 and over, and those are the people that may have decided to retire early, probably because of COVID, probably because they accumulated considerable savings during the run-up in the equity markets and in the housing market. And so that's something that we still don't fully understand. But again, the conversation has shifted fairly quickly from labor force shortages to now talking about an impending potential recession. And we don't hear as much about employers struggling to hire. Clearly, that's still part of the picture, but it's not as pronounced as it was. And this is what I was telling you a second ago. You don't have to worry about looking at the details, but this is the consumer sentiment that I referred to earlier. This is from the University of Michigan. It's a very closely watched metric that basically asks average people how they're feeling about the state of their finances and about the economy. And as you can see, it's gone down to a level that is lower than what we experienced during the great financial crisis of 2008, meaning that people are really uncomfortable about the state of their finances and their economy. However, as I've said, this is real consumer spending. And that disconnect is just something that's been very sticky. So that's in trillions of dollars. That's real consumer spending. That's after correcting for inflation. And again, we don't have to spend a ton of time on it, but you can see that line. It dropped during COVID, and then it's gone back up. Now, why has it been resilient? For a couple of reasons. It's been resilient because a lot of us did not spend money during COVID. People accumulated savings. Clearly, the government had a very aggressive fiscal stimulus policy. Monetary policy kept interest rates low. But the question that obviously is in the back of all of our minds is how sustainable is this increase in consumer spending, and at what point do we all start slowing down spending, and what are the ramifications of that? I'm not going to sit here and compare the current financial situation to 2008, but it's really important to note that in 2008, the thing that broke the economy is that we all just abruptly stopped spending. And we stopped spending. Why? Because debt levels increased quite substantially. And so this time around, the question that's in the back of most analysts' mind is, are we accumulating debt really fast? And will that then translate into most of us no longer going out to restaurants, no longer buying cars, no longer competing for homes? And of course, that's going to result in a slowdown. So I think it's inevitable that consumer spending is going to slow down. The big question is how quickly and how severe will that potential contraction be? Right now, we're seeing that most people are still accumulating debt. they're reducing their savings levels. And this is the thing that's really important to keep an eye on. This is savings rate. So this is the share of savings as a portion of disposable income. There are a couple of big spikes there. I'm assuming most of us know where those were coming from. Those are stimulus checks. And so when stimulus checks were sent out, savings rates went up quite substantially. Now, the thing that's interesting is that the savings rate is at 3.5%. That's basically the share of one's disposable income that's being saved. And that's below pre-pandemic levels, right? So most of us basically are getting money and then it's going out in that spending that I referenced a little while ago. And again, the question, the uncertainty, or the thing that makes me feel uncomfortable is how sustainable is this spending if we're exhausting savings and our debt levels are going up? And then the thing that has been in the news, I'm assuming most people are fairly depressed. If you're checking your 401ks, you've seen that they've declined quite a bit over the last few quarters. In Q2, that's the quarter ending in June, Americans lost $9 trillion in equity holdings. Now, Q3, we don't have numbers for the third quarter. The decline in the stock market was basically as pronounced as it was in Q2. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because it's important to understand that some of that spending was driven by the fact that we all felt richer because our stock portfolios had increased in value and our homes had increased in value. And now we're still better off. So those are equity holdings. As you can see, they're still higher than pre-pandemic levels, but they're coming down at a fairly fast pace. By the end of the third quarter, we're probably going to be back to most people essentially having equity holdings that are similar of value to those pre-pandemic levels. And again, to me, that's part of this big story. And then delinquencies, the thing that had shot up during the financial crisis, clearly, we were at basically 7% in terms of delinquencies. Right now, we're at about 2.5%, but it's been creeping up. So again, the theme at the national level for me is that the pressure is starting to mount, right? And so slowly, but it's starting to mount because most of us are exhausting savings, debt levels are going up, and that's going to translate in our consumer spending changing here fairly quickly. So that's the story, if you will, at the national level. And then if you look at debt payments, that's also starting to go up. So how much are we paying on a monthly basis in order to service our debt? You can see there, we're basically getting back to those pre-pandemic levels. So to me, the national picture at least looks like, okay, things are still good. The labor market is still healthy. Consumer spending is still healthy. The Federal Reserve has a dual mandate. Keep inflation low, but keep maximum employment. All the Fed governors basically have said, we've become a single mandate Federal Reserve. We want to get inflation to be as low as possible. And fortunately, we're not cooperating because we're continuing to spend. Employers are not cooperating because they're continuing to hire. The Fed wants to break one of those things. And until one of those things breaks, they're going to keep increasing interest rates. And that really kind of puts us in this very delicate situation at the national level. And again, this is because inflation has been sticky. I was one of the people that was wrong. I thought it was transitory. Unfortunately, because of the supply chain problems, because of the fiscal stimulus, that shows you that the long-term average for inflation is supposed to be about 2%. The year-over-year changes over the last year have been hovering around 8%. We've gotten a CPI print that was positive, and I just used air quotes, I apologize. 7.8% was being celebrated in the press because it looked softer than most expectations because we were in the 8% range year over year for quite a while. But that may provide us a little bit of reprieve. Now, you're not going to be able to see this very well, but I'll walk you through it. Now, people have been asking me a lot about inflation. How should we think about it? So what I try to do is say, rather than just look at the CPI and tell you that prices have increased by 8.3%, let me look at earnings. This is earnings at the state level by sector, okay? So I called the bar charts green, and somebody corrected me and told me that they were teal. So I'm going to refer to them as teal. So the teal bar graphs are earnings growth by year for every sector. So if we focus, for example, on the total private, so focus on the August bar. The August bar says that, for example, earnings overall in the private sector increased by about 5.8%. So that's by how much wages in the state of North Carolina have increased between August 2022 and August 2021. The little blue dots tell you how fast prices have increased. That's overall CPI. Overall CPI was 8.2%. So across all the sectors, you see the CPI, which is the little blue dots, and then you're seeing by how much wages have increased in each sector. So a couple of things that I want to note here quickly. If you happen to be working in construction, your wages have been growing faster than the CPI, right? So your actual real wages are positive. However, if you're working in finance, for example, your real wages have gone down because the CPI clearly exceeds however much your earnings have gone by. So there is a lot of variation in how we're feeling the pinch of inflation, depending on the sector in which we're working. The sectors where wages have gone up the fastest, probably not terribly surprising, are the ones where there were shortages of workers. That's leisure and hospitality, and that's construction. Employers had to increase those wages very, very fast. So if you're employed in one of those sectors, those are lower paying sectors, you're probably still feeling okay because your wage increases are keeping up with inflation. However, that's clearly not sustainable. But most of us are not getting these raises. These raises are going towards new workers that companies were trying to recruit in order to be able to meet demand. Now, I like this chart. I like to think about, I'm a regional economist by training, and so this is at the metropolitan level, and these are earnings growth for the private sector. So what does this tell us? It tells us that in Wilmington, private sector jobs between August 2022 and August 2021 have increased by 8.5%, okay? Or 9.5% is what that says. Now, on average, that basically says that the average person working in Wilmington has had their wages increase at 9.5%, and that's higher than the CPI, which is 8.3%, right? But there is a lot of variation across metropolitan areas. So this is at the metropolitan level. So Wilmington is a combination of New Hanover and Pender County, and it basically says that we've done reasonably well in terms of wage growth over the last year. Now, why is that the case? That's largely the case because the types of sectors that we have a high concentration of have had fairly fast wage growth, right? So that means construction, leisure, and hospitality, those are the sectors that have to get workers, and so they've had to raise wages at a fairly fast clip. And then the same thing, but now let's turn to employment, right? And so we care about jobs, obviously. So the question I get asked most often is how many jobs have been added in the metropolitan area and how does that compare to other places? A lot of variation across places. So that tells you between August 2021 and August 2022, employment increased by close to 3%. Now that translates to about close to 6,000 jobs. So between August 2021 and August 2022, the Wilmington Metro had 6,000 more, or has 6,000 more jobs now than it did of August of last year. And we're basically in the middle of the pack. The state has outperformed us these last few months, but as you can see, there is a lot of variation. Now, the question that to me matters is not necessarily comparing us to last year, because there is a lot that was going on with COVID still potentially affecting economic activity. It's much more useful to go back and look at employment in pre-pandemic times. And so I do this comparison of let's compare today's employment to 2019 before the pandemic. And this is the picture that you get. You get a very different picture showing that Wilmington actually held up incredibly well. And that, again, there are almost 5% more jobs today than there were pre-pandemic in Wilmington. So again, the comparison here is August 2022 to August 2019, and those are percentage growth. And you see that a lot of metros, in fact, just turned positive this past month. meaning a lot of places were still trying to make their way back by recovering those COVID losses. But we essentially have recovered those COVID losses fairly early on, and we're doing considerably better than most places. And we kind of outperforming a little bit the state, but we're essentially matching it, if you will. I just like showing this because this is showing you the exact same thing. I was a faculty member at the University of Alaska Anchorage before moving down here, and I used to get asked a lot of the time, what kind of shape will the recovery take? Will it be V-shaped? Will it be Nike-shaped? Will it be U-shaped? Well, Wilmington is one of the few places around the country that actually had its V-shaped recovery, in that we dropped and then went back up, and now there are more jobs than there were pre-pandemic. So I think that that's obviously a testament to the types of jobs that exist here. The recovery has been really robust, and that recovery has been dependent on consumer spending. Clearly, the visitor industry is a big industry. And so now, as we start this slowdown nationally, one of the questions is, how well off will the consumer feel, and will they continue spending and visiting the city, and how will that potentially translate into this economic growth we've been talking about? Because the growth of the city is obviously linked to the health of the average financial consumer or the average health of the consumer. This is very ugly, but I really like showing it. Green is good, red is bad. This is basically telling you that if it's green, that sector has more jobs today than it did the previous in 2019, and it's by month. Just about every sector has considerably more jobs today than it did in 2019. The exception, and this is an artifact of the sale of the hospital, is local government looks like it shrunk in half. It didn't. It's just that hospital jobs used to be classified from an employment perspective in local government. They now get classified in education and healthcare services because of the sale of the hospital. And so other than that, every sector is above 100, which means that it has considerably more jobs today than it had in 2019. And that's really incredibly important, because this is not a tourism story only or a consumer spending story only. It's an economy that's been growing really fast and sustainably. And as you can see, the growth is really stable. One of the things I've been keeping my eye on is, at what point is the growth in jobs going to start petering out? Right now, there is no evidence of it, but like I said, we're clearly susceptible to some of these national trends. And I'm just going to close by showing you a couple of things that I've been fascinated by. This is showing you the share of people living in New Hanover County who say that they work from home. And I don't need to point out that there's been a massive increase in the share of people that say they work from home. We basically jumped from 4% of residents of New Hanover County saying that they work from home in 2010 to a fourfold increase in 2021. Now, there are significant implications regarding work from home. And like I said, one of the ones I've been thinking about is, to what extent will the housing market be vulnerable to some of these changes that we're seeing nationally as some of these tech companies force workers to go back home? And to what extent are they spending money differently than people who are employed here and work here? I have been referring to Wilmington as a Zoom town. So this Zoomification that has occurred clearly has implications that you all think about in terms of spending, sales taxes, property taxes, and how much time people spend here, and to what extent do they interact with services the same way that regular workers do. And the thing that obviously we're all keeping our eye on is Wilmington home prices have increased at a much, much faster clip than home prices in the state of North Carolina, and I refer to it as a hockey stick appreciation. So now that the market is cooling, clearly there are questions about how fast will it cool down? Are we looking at some sort of big correction? There is no evidence that we're looking at a 2008-esque type of correction, but clearly it's cooling down, and that has implications for all sorts of things that you all care about. I've shown you too many graphs, and so I'm just going to close by saying I think that there is a lot of evidence that there is a lot of uncertainty, right? And so there is this discomfort that we've been living in this fantasy land that's been driven by aggressive fiscal spending, and now the party is over. And so the question is just how quickly will economic activity come down? Will the Fed see enough signs of cooling inflation to take their foot off the gas? And they haven't really given any indication that they're pleased yet with the progress that they've made, because there aren't that many sectors that are showing that they're very sensitive to the increases in interest rates. If you want to email me and yell at me about something that I've said, I'm giving you my information here. Thank you.
Will you entertain questions?
Please.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
The first one, is there any, I imagine the answer is going to be every economic time frame is different, but talking about lag time from a rate increase, or in this case, multiple rate increases, is there an economist, like, is it 6 months, a year, or is there any kind of accepted answer there?
Yeah, I mean, I think you started the question with the answer I'm going to give you. One of the things that's been puzzling is there are a lot of signs in the real economy that are showing disinflation, right? And so rent prices, material prices have been coming down, but the Federal Reserve has been very, very focused on certain metrics that are lagging indicators of inflation. And that's been really surprising, because typically they are willing to look at what's happening in the real economy and potentially divorce themselves from the metrics that they've gotten used to looking at. The short answer to your question is there is no precise timeline, because of what I said in my closing remarks. The speed at which interest rates affect investment or employment vary by sector, and the sector that's been most sensitive thus far, probably not surprising, is the tech sector, because they've gotten used to obviously free money, right? And so a lot of debt, they borrow a lot of money, and so clearly they're very, very sensitive. One of the things that the Fed has come out and basically said is, because most of us are in okay financial shape and we've reduced debt, we're not that sensitive to our debt payments increasing. And most businesses, putting tech aside, are doing okay financially. They're also not borrowing a lot of money. So the channel through which the Fed is trying to break the economy, I don't want to say doesn't seem to be working, but there aren't that many powerful connections between increases in interest rates and the way we're behaving, either at the household or at the business level.
So does that argument then, those metrics they're using is, I hear some people are arguing that's why they fall behind too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So in the tech issue, a lot of those people are running up on stock price for the not necessarily profit.
That's exactly right.
So my here's the one where you're gonna have to turn philosopher too. Are you good at that?
I can try.
Okay. Well, during COVID, obviously, you've heard about, there's kind of this only live once attitude kind of seeped in to a lot of people. Their attitude, their philosophy towards life, whether I was going to retire, might retire early, I might take a job I love better than for the money, or work for a nonprofit, or I'm going to travel and spend now for quality of life because I don't know. All to say, where did all the employees go? Because, I mean, you're saying that we have enough. I go to restaurants still today, and popular restaurants where you can make a lot of money if you work there. And the first thing they'll tell you is we're short staffed today. And it's going to be slow and yada, yada. And my wife is in that hospitality business, and it's better for them, but they also, I don't know. Anyway, where do they go?
I think that there is some evidence, at least nationally, that people started some businesses, right? And so the gig industry has stolen a lot of these workers, these 9-to-5 workers. There are people that have benefited from the run-up in, I don't want to mention crypto or the stock market, but some people have built up significant savings during the recession, and, you know, they've accumulated money that's allowing them to not be in the labor force. Again, the numbers do show that it's getting better. It doesn't mean that there aren't specific situations where people are struggling to hire. I will, however, say, and this is important, that we've had a problem with especially men dropping out of the labor force, and that decline precedes COVID, right? And so there is a lot of economic literature that's titled, "Where are the missing men?" Meaning there's been people that have been dropping out of the labor force for years now, and there's very good data on that. And some people attribute some of it to opioids, workplace injuries, and disability rates have increased, or filing for disability has increased over time. I'm not attributing this decline that we've seen lately to that, but I'm saying that a lot of this precedes COVID, and it's tough right now to attribute, you know, this decline to COVID and say, by how much did it accelerate this disappearance? But, and just one last point, the labor force participation for people 25 to 54, as I've shown, is basically back to pre-pandemic levels.
I guess I buy the wealth effect, but not with the McDonald's worker. I mean, that didn't make
Sure.
It
Yeah,
don't
and
make any sense.
I mean, unless they invested in Bitcoin, you know, 10 years ago, I don't know. But
Okay, yeah.
I think it's a fair question. I don't have a very good answer. But
No,
I think it's been a
so
puzzling thing to
I
see.
think what I heard you just say, and I'm going to take away is, you know, we watched, you know, working from home, educating from home, anything where 2019, had COVID not come along, a lot of those advances would have taken 5-10 years to get to where we are now.
Yeah.
And we just warp speeded to that in 2 years. And that's a big lingering effect.
Yeah. I mean, it's been an acceleration of adoption of a lot of technology.
That would have taken 10 years.
Yeah, and some of it is obviously very sticky, and it's going to change local economies, and it's going to change the way we do business for a long time. And so,
Well, thank you. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Hey, Doc, I just want to ask you, obviously the Fed's focus is to break the back of inflation.
Yep.
And they've been raising rates, and we're seeing some sectors, especially in the real estate, single-family home sector, slowing down
Yep.
considerably because 7 3/4 now to borrow money as opposed to 3. So we know that there's probably a recession somewhere on the horizon. The prediction is between March and June of next year's possibility with the lag times that we see. So let's just say you're the Fed chair.
Yep.
What are the mechanisms that the Fed or the government will use, as they have in the past, to stimulate the economy when we go into the recession?
Yeah.
Number one,
Yep.
so if you can answer that. And then number two, your prediction, will it be a V-shaped recession or a U-shaped recession?
So the first thing, so if I were the Fed, I mean, I don't want to be Jerome Powell, but if I were him, I think that right now, from where I sit, it would be really prudent to pause the hike increases because of this lag effect that we've been talking about. I mean, I'm in the camp that's very, very concerned at the speed, because the speed has not allowed us to see the actual economic damage that will undoubtedly happen, but it's happening very, very slowly, right? So you've mentioned real estate. So real estate is obviously, I don't want to say the only, but it's the sector that's really sensitive, because obviously it's made mortgage payments so much higher, and it's made people on the selling side hesitate because they're going to have to trade a 3% mortgage for an 8% mortgage, right? But even there, that's happening fairly slowly, because this time around, as I'm sure you know well, we did not have the increase in housing supply that we saw before the Great Recession, right? So housing supply is still constrained. So even in that particular sector, it's been slower than they would have hoped, right? And so I think that they were hoping for more, I don't want to call it catastrophic consequences, but ones that could make them feel good about the fact that inflation's been tamed. So that would be my advice to them, is just pause, give the economy a little bit of air to show us exactly how successful they're being in taming inflation. Regarding the second thing, I think, so again, this is a crystal ball time, but I think that if they manage to engineer the ever elusive soft landing, they may not need to do a whole lot in terms of stimulative action, meaning that if the labor market genuinely does not break and our debt levels as consumer remains reasonably low, I think that we can revert back to modest growth without having to need intervention either at the fiscal level or at the monetary level. I think that the real danger here is that they overshoot, which potentially they already have, and we end up living with the slowdown that they engineer and this hard landing that then becomes really hard to come out of because the appetite for additional fiscal stimulus is obviously not very high. And if the fear is inflation, as all of you know, then any dumping of additional money potentially reignites inflation, right? And this is the balance that a lot of states and communities have been dealing with is consumers are clearly hurting because inflation is high, but the remedy that most people try to go to is let's give people money to ease inflation. As you know, that obviously does nothing to stop inflation. In fact, it potentially increases it further. In the short run, it's helpful. In the long run, it's not. So to summarize, I would say, first question, pause, wait. And if they're lucky, the soft landing shows us that there are real signs inflation is coming down, the economy is okay, and you really just back off and let things revert back to pre-pandemic level as some of these pressures start to come out of it.
Good answer. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doc.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank you
very
for having me.
much.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we have our next topic on the agenda is financial position. Ms. Mortel will present this item. After this, we'll break for lunch, and then we'll have 2 segments after lunch.
Okay, we're going a little bit backwards. This would have been first, but we had to adapt. So today I'm just going to talk a little bit about the first quarterly report and where we stand in FY23. Just as a reminder, our total budget is just over $251 million. The graph on the right or the left shows the revenue, where it comes from. As we had stated before, 34% of the graph, sorry, I thought I pushed the button. 34% of it comes from property taxes. The graph on the right is where it's spending, and we have mentioned already that the majority of our spending, you can see, is for public safety efforts in the city, and that's about 25% of our total budget. So just talking about a little bit about the revenue, property taxes, as I said, is 34% of the total budget. It's 54% of our general fund. The tax rate currently is 39.5 cents per 100 assessed values. FY23 reflects reappraisal, with the next one slated for FY26. The reappraisals, we saw an average of 30 to 35% on every property countywide. This revenue is not collected for the most part until December and January of each year. As a reminder, we had 96 properties that were getting Brownsfield credit last year, and those numbers will come to full assessed value in 6 years. And so this graph is showing you when that money is supposed to come back to us. So when they will be paying their full tax rate. There is no growth in that amount. It's just showing you, based on the numbers from FY23, that in about 6 years, all of those properties will be paying their full amount. Sales tax, we talked about it. It's a second, yes.
What would that number be if you know it based on the present tax rate in FY 28? Is that?
It's the total amount is $818,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sales tax, second highest revenue source, it's 24%, almost 25% of the general revenues. It's hardest to predict, as we have been talking about, because it's consumer confidence and what goes on in the world and the economy. New Hanover County does distribute this by ad valorem taxes, and we are 3.5 months lag. So June's is received October 15th, so that's the one we received already. And then July's, the last year, is not received until September. So we have closed the year and we have to estimate what we think we're going to be using and hope that we're balanced by September. Intergovernmental revenues are pretty much as its term suggests. It's government, other government entities send us money for various reasons. The majority of this category, it's 12% of our budget, general fund budget. The majority of the category is the city is the benefactor to franchise taxes. It includes electric, national gas, telecommunication, and video programming. These funds are distributed quarterly, so we have not even seen the first one. That will come in January 1st for the first quarter, I believe, yes. And then we also get our FEMA reimbursements in here, and the Powell bill is also found in this category. The quarterly report provides 2 fiscal year comparisons for revised budgets and to actuals. We try and provide a percent of what has been received or expended, and it allows staff to identify and discuss variants that are, or strange variants that we think we need to dig into. So the quarterly report that we provided as a material, as you can see, the first part is the 2 fiscal years, FY22 and 23. It goes into the revised budgets and the percentage of that. And then we have letters on the side where we think there's some variants that we have to discuss with you, and we will discuss those in the report. So where do we stand? A summary of our first quarter. As you can tell, based on the revenues that we don't get in until later, the revenues aren't telling us much, as they're telling us from one year to the next, the same thing. The revenues are fine, but we did find some anomalies, but very anomalies that are explainable in the spending. So our insurance premiums, instead of paying them throughout the year, we paid them on an annual basis now. And so that was paid out in the first quarter. So it looks like we spent a little more than we normally did, but we won't be spending any more over the course of the year. Vacancies are still trending lower, but we have increased or decreased the amount of vacancies. So we're a little higher than last year. So our expenditures are getting closer to the 25% mark, but not there yet. And then we have some supply chain issues that are still being impactful. We had issues that we were buying items in FY22. Those did not come. We rolled the purchase order over, and now we have spent that in first quarter. And we're hoping that some of the other ones will come in sooner than later. In doing this analysis, we just want to make council aware we have some things that are kind of on the radar, if you will. Fuel costs, especially diesel, have increased 8% from October over from the prior month. The shortage of diesel has been reported in the Northeast, and we are working with our suppliers and talking to them frequently. We have about 1/3 of the city's fleet that use diesel. That's 265 vehicles. Right now, we are being told that it's fine and it's not at critical levels, but the price is going up, and it may be difficult in the near future for us to get diesel, but we will continue to work with the suppliers. We are still having chain supply issues. Quotes that used to be held for months are only being held for 60 to 30 days. Sometimes we get a 15-day quote, and we may not have gone through the bureaucratic process that we need to spend that money, so we lose that. Large vehicles such as trucks and fire trucks have a 1 to 2 year waiting list to be delivered. If we may need to look at that and maybe have to order them earlier, that would just cost more because we hadn't put that into the fleet replacement fund. So we're going to be looking at that. We have long lead times for supplies and some of our vehicles because of that. And some of the business changes that they're not keeping vehicles on stock instead of they're having them ordered and made. Our increases in just vehicles alone are about 25% right now. And then our recycling market has declined. So when it declines, it costs us more to get rid of the recycling. And so we're watching that right now. We're still under budget. If it continues to decline, it might be that our cost per ton is over what we budgeted, but we believe we'll be okay for right now, but we're watching that market as we move forward. And that is the end of the quarterly report. Does anyone have any questions for the quarterly report?
Any, Mr. Ravenbar?
Jennifer, if you go back to that second bullet point, the purchasing quotes, that I want to make sure I understood what you said. Our process sometimes doesn't meld with their timeline.
Right, if we did not have it appropriated and we don't have the funding and we have to come to council, that could take more than how long they hold the
And
quote
that
for.
potentially costs money.
It might not cost money. It might be that they just don't have the vehicles or whatever we're ordering ready at the time we have that money appropriated.
Well, how about things besides vehicles, such as fuel?
Fuel seems to be, we've been able to get fuel in on time. The cost has gone up a little bit, but not, it's really just the diesel.
Well, let me just say this, and I say it to Tony as well. In the event that something like that should happen and our timeline is causing us to lose out on something that would be significant savings, we need to figure a way to overcome that. I mean, we don't need to let bureaucratic red tape or our process cause us to lose any significant amounts of money. I understand a little bit, but not something that's more significant.
Yeah, I would guarantee that we would look at the budget and see if there's anything we could shift temporarily until we could get it in front of council. But yeah, we'll take that under advisement.
With regard to, I don't know if this is a question for you, but in regards to the recycling, I know that's something that we've been hearing for a number of years, that the big companies that were purchasing all the stuff, some are not now and what have you. But I mean, I wouldn't want to give up our recycling. We're too ingrained in it, even if it has to cost us some additional. But is that, I guess what my question was going to be is there any trends you see where that market could come back?
That might be a question we have to do as a follow-up unless Dave Mays could discuss that. I don't have that in
I
my
think
brain.
what new is there's more supply out there than maybe, because I know I sure as hell participate in that, and I offer up a lot.
To directly answer your question, I don't think I've seen anything about trends to where it's going to come back. It's probably going to be a slow rollback. The issues that are affecting it are, as you said, an oversupply. Big retailers have too much inventory, so they're not ordering new goods, which require boxes, as an example. PET, which is the number one plastic, that's the plastic water bottles. There's an oversupply. So the suppliers of that commodity are having to sell it at much reduced prices because they've just got bales of it sitting in warehouses and they need to unload it. So it's going to be a bit of a, from what I've read and understand, it's going to be a bit of a slow roll to get back to.
Okay.
You know, we peaked it last year, but it should be a slower recovery, at least what I'm seeing.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Jennifer.
Mr. Burnett?
Thank you. Quick question. You mentioned the supply chain delay. Is it getting better?
From what staff is telling me, it is getting slightly better. A lot of the backlog is getting through the system, but it's the new orders that are a little bit delayed. And if for vehicles, if the business plan, the business model that they had and they shifted for the pandemic, and because of all the supply chains, they no longer have the inventory on their shop until they get an order. And then they go and either make it or put it through. I don't have a number on how many of those businesses has changed their models, but it is out there, and a lot of vehicle companies are now ordering them only when they get the orders.
Okay, and when I'm thinking about supplies, like for example, I remember when we were doing the Maze Park, and we had to change, the schedule on that because they couldn't get like lumber or whatever. Is that improving? Do you know?
I would have to actually ask
Okay.
our project managers probably
Okay.
for a follow-up for you, but I'm hearing that it's getting better, but let me get that information for you, so.
All right, thanks.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Laura? Great, thank you. Mr. Manager, what's next?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, it's still a little few minutes early for lunch. If we could go ahead and crowd one more presentation in, and then we'll break for lunch.
Sounds great, thank you.
This is a question, Mr. Manager. Are we working through lunch or,
No, sir, I thought we'd at least take long enough for you to chew it and swallow it and
okay, I was
wash it down.
asking for Councilman Lou. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Waddell looks terribly interested in lunch.
Put out a fire, it's not office.
He only wants to know how much you spent for lunch.
You're figuring it out, Kevin.
So we're going to take you back to, I think it would have been the third presentation this morning on the debt capacity. And what we are doing this year, as some of you may remember, we are at the last year of our capital improvement plan, 18 to 23. So we are getting ready to look at our next plan. And this will be part one of a multi-part discussion on debt, how we use our debt, debt capacity, et cetera. So over the next several budget work sessions, we'll be bringing more information to kind of walk you through what we're doing and how we put this together, and then get your feedback on our next plan as we go through it. So this is just really back to basics on our debt model and debt fund and our debt capacity. So like I said, the presentation is a walkthrough of our debt model, and just to add some context on what debt capacity is and how we've used it, funding various projects in the past or currently. So the city has many policies regarding our debt management, in addition to the fund balance policy we discussed previously. We want to stay in a better position than required in our policies to allow us room to fall short if we have an event that occurs, and not be in a situation where we violate our own policies. The local government commission, as well as our bond rating agencies, look at these measures to determine how responsible our financial management is, as well as the stability of our financial condition. And as you are aware, the local government commission has to approve all of the city's debt issuances. These policies are in detail included with the financial policies at the end of this presentation for you to review more in depth. But just to go over them real quick, our debt service fund just states that we will maintain a debt service fund, that all accumulated revenues in this fund will be used towards debt service, debt administration, debt issuance, and pay-as-you-go funding, which is the cash portion of our projects. We have a dedicated tax rate for the debt service fund of 7.13 cents of the total 39.5-cent tax rate. And our multi-year capital improvement plans are structured to be 80% debt financing and 20% pay-go or cash funding. With our debt model, we use this to maintain all of the current debt and to identify future debt impacts and adequacy of resources to pay for that debt. Debt service states that the annual debt service paid on tax-supported debt will not exceed 20% of the general fund and debt service fund operating budgets. For fiscal year 22, we were at 13%, and 23 is projected to be 14% as we are projecting to issue debt in the spring. Our direct net debt is the outstanding net debt will not exceed the North Carolina statutory limit of 8% of the appraised property. We have an optimal level set in this at not to be more than 2%. And this is related to our bond rating. They don't want to see it higher than 1.75. For fiscal year '22, the direct net debt was at 1.15 of the appraised property value. Our bonded debt policy financing will not exceed the expectful useful life of the project. Most of our debt is on 20-year terms. So a lot of times we have maintenance type projects that we don't want to issue 20-year debt on. And so that's where we use that 20% pay-go to fund a lot of those maintenance projects. Our bond rating currently, we do have a AAA bond rating in all three rating agencies. We achieved a Standard & Poor's rating in 2014. Fitch and Moody's was in 2016. This is just a screenshot of our debt model. It was not intended for anybody to really look and understand what is there. We do have a debt model that we manage, just as the policy states, to maintain all of our current debt and also identify impacts of future debt, and that we have adequate funding resources able to pay for these debts. So our staff works with the city's financial advisor that we have on contract in maintaining this debt model. The model tracks all the current and projected debt for the general fund, as well as the parking deck at River Place. As you recall, we did issue debt for the River Place parking deck, and that was supported by a tax adjustment increase. The stormwater and convention funds have separate models to assist with managing their project and operating needs. This model has many assumptions for future projections and analysis for bond rating criteria. There are several tabs identifying the different types of debt and borrowing plans. We use all this information to be able to manage our debt funding sources and payments. We use this to calculate what the tax rate adjustment will be needed for future plans, and also use this information to report to the local government commission and our bond rating agencies. The debt model has many components of the inflows and outflows. For the inflows, these are the funding sources that we use to pay for the project financing costs. Property tax revenue, as I mentioned, 7.13 cents of the tax rate is dedicated to the debt service fund. Transfer from general fund. Annually, we have a transfer coming from the general fund over to the debt service fund of $9.3 million. This includes funding from the Powell bill revenue, as well as funding for maintenance projects that make up that part of the 20% pay-go portion on plans for costs that we cannot issue that 20-year debt on. Going back to not wanting to finance projects longer than their expected life. The transfer originally included debt service payments for existing debt when the model and the debt service fund were created prior to 2013. For interest earnings, we do have interest earnings on the balance of funds in the debt service fund that come back to this fund, and those are used towards financing costs as well. As y'all are aware, rates have hit bottom in the last several years, so there wasn't much of that revenue coming in. Other revenue, from time to time, we do have other sources of revenue used towards paying debt. At one time, this was the BABS subsidy. For those that remember, we had Build America Better bonds. And that subsidy for those bonds was paid to the city at a declining annual incentive payment. We have since paid those bonds off, and we no longer have that incentive coming in. But currently, we have projected to receive the sponsorship revenue from Encino, as that sponsorship funding was given to pay towards the turf fields. But it's planned out to be paid in over time, $125,000 over 10 years. But in order to get those turf fields put in place, we need to provide that funding up front. So we essentially are borrowing from the debt service fund to provide the funding for that. And then as that sponsorship revenue comes in, it will come back to the debt service fund to pay that back. On our outflows, these are the costs that are paid from these funding sources related to our debt plans. So we have our annual debt payments. That's the principal and interest on all of our issued debt. We transfer funds to other funds. So this is the pay-go portion for many of our capital projects and the maintenance projects. We also have a transfer going out to the parking fund. As I mentioned, the parking debt is funded by a tax rate, but because of accounting rules, we have to show the debt service payments coming out of the enterprise fund. And so we transfer the money over to the parking fund and show the debt service on that debt being paid from that fund. And then we have the debt issuance costs, as well as we pay a fee to New Hanover County to bill and collect the taxes for us. So that fee is shared with the general fund, the debt service fund, and the MSD. The model also includes several assumptions on our future year projections. We do use conservative assumptions in the model to provide for stable financial management. And then when we have actual results, we do update this every year to keep it current for future projections. For our inflow assumptions, that is the assessed property value growth. As we have that dedicated tax rate, we have an assumption of what that growth year over year will be. Again, conservative, it is at 0.75, and I believe Laura mentioned it's about 1.9. For our interest earnings, that is based on market trends, and we have had to adjust that down the last couple of years. Now we're seeing rates turn around, so we've gone in and adjusted that a little bit higher. For our outflow assumptions, this is the amount that we're going to issue for debt, the timeline, when are we going to issue that debt. When we do our debt issuance, we have the general obligation bonds, that is tax voter debt, and then we have limited obligation bonds, which is what we use the most. For the LGC to approve this debt, those projects in that debt plan have to be either 80% bid or completed before they will approve that. So we do have a reimbursement resolution that allows us to reimburse ourselves for costs going back to no more than 18 months. So when we are looking at issuing debt or projecting that out, we have to assume when that funding will be needed, when it will be spent, and when we'll have to issue debt to repay ourselves. And we can only go back 18 months, so we have to look at that when we're projecting how much and when we're going to borrow. Our debt issuance borrowing rate, we do project that our rates will be about 4 to 5%. And of course, we have had the benefit of lower rates over the last several years. Going forward right now, projecting our spring issuance, we do have 5% in there as those rates are increasing. So we talk often about debt capacity, and we utilize our debt capacity for many project overruns, emergency projects, or what we have referred to as pop-up projects. So what is debt capacity? That is the value of the additional debt available to invest in projects without the need to adjust a tax rate. So it's what we have available to issue additional debt without having to go back and adjust that tax rate. This is not cash. It is a combination of 80% debt, 20% cash. So that's what we project out of how much it would be if we had to borrow 80% of those projects. And how is debt created? So with our assumptions, debt capacity is created by any positive variance in the actual inflows over assumptions or negative variance in actual outflows over assumptions. So to give you some examples, over the last 4 years, we have been able to accumulate quite a bit of debt capacity in our debt service fund. This is due to projecting an issuance of higher than what we actually did at a rate that's higher than what we actually got. So we were able, as I mentioned, to get lower rates than what we had projected in the model. Fiscal year 19, that is when Hurricane Florence came, so that put a halt on everything that the city was doing and to focus on that hurricane. So we had projected to issue $48 million worth of debt that year at 4%. Well, we didn't issue any debt because the projects weren't ready. Remember, they have to be 80% bid or complete before we can issue debt on those. So that generated a lot of debt capacity in that year. And then just going forward, in 20, we did issue more debt, but we received a lot lower rate than what we had projected. And 21, that was our last debt issuance, and that is probably the lowest rate that we'd ever received and probably will see in a long time. So our debt model, this includes all of the approved plans that council has reviewed and approved, and the use of capacity. And as you can see, also each plan that we have approved came with a tax adjustment. So with this, going back to using that debt capacity, if you look at 2018, when we did the second capital improvement plan, that was 57.6 million. The tax rate adjustment for that was 0.14. Where the parks bond was 38 million, the tax rate adjustment was 1.35. That is because a decision was made to put all the debt capacity into that multi-year plan. And then you can see, just based on what debt capacity we have available at the time we put the plan together and project these out, impacts what the tax rate adjustment will be. So the more debt capacity we have at the time we're planning that out, will help reduce that tax rate adjustment needed for that borrowing plan. We have used the debt capacity accumulated in this fund. There were several, $20.8 million over fiscal year 20 to 22 for various projects that came in. Majority of that was related to the waterfront park. As you recall, we had to come back to council and request additional funds, and that came from debt capacity as well as some others. For fiscal year 23, during the budget, we had included to use $16.4 million for various projects within the adopted budget, and since then we've come back to council to appropriate $5.3 million of debt capacity for the Encino Sports Complex. Also recall that when we went through the budget process for 23, we showed you that there were other projects that we will probably have to come back to council for, totaling about $11.4 million. We're still working through those, but we had the discussion on whether we would be utilizing debt capacity or fund balance to help cover these needs. We do have conservative assumptions, and we keep a reserve, as it is most important to be able to make our debt service payments and to instill that confidence in our bondholders and the local government commission that even if we had a negative event, there are measures in place to ensure that those debt service payments are made. And I will tell you, there are 7 entities in North Carolina where the local government has had to go in and take over their finances.
Jennifer, real
Yes.
quick on this slide before you were about to leave it, weren't you? Are you done with it?
Yeah.
Just those kind of, I don't know what you call them, little tidbits at the bottom, kind of where markers, if you will, like 7.3 cents is of the tax rate, about 18%. Does that mean anything to me? Is that good? Is that bad?
That just means that of our total tax rate, that 39.5
I understand that,
yeah.
but I mean, is that high, low? Doesn't just depend. That's just a number. Doesn't it just comes from something else that does mean something. I mean,
It just means
you
that
put it there for a reason. Is that the only reason?
just to show that of our total tax rate, 7.13 is dedicated to pay for the debt, and on these various
Is
plans.
that high or
that's what
low
makes it
for a city?
Because of the way that we structure our debt is 80-20, I would say that it's low, but without going and benchmarking that across what other entities have their debt structured at, and if they have a tax rate coming in to pay for that or how they issue that debt, I would have to do that and bring that
And
back
you
to
mentioned here fund balance of 30. That's kind of a goal. I mean, because
If
I've
you
barely
recall in
seen
our,
it's just right there, right?
if you recall in our policy, it's the general fund and
So
debt
it's the
service
policy
fund.
number. Okay.
Yes, it's the same as the general fund.
Got it.
And this fund balance level is projected over what that 20-year debt will be for each of those plans. So at our lowest level, it's not going to be below that 30%.
Something you plug into your formula.
Yeah, it's all in that calculation. And the last thing we want to do is come to council and say, our assumptions were way off and, we have to either not do these projects that we brought to you or, have another tax increase to cover something we've already made decisions on. So we want to keep that fund balance there to cover any assumptions that are off, as well as instill the confidence that we can make these debt payments. This is what goes towards making those debt payments.
What about that debt to assessed number? Is that a good number?
Yes, as I mentioned, one of our policies is that we will not go below the state's statutory limit of 8%, but we have in our policy, our optimal level is not to go above 2%. The rating agencies look at that to be about not to be above 1.75. So we are at 1.15, I believe. So that is good.
Thank you.
For that, the state level is 8%.
Yes,
Okay. And we stay at least under 2.
yes.
Okay.
That is to
Awesome.
maintain our AAA rating.
Good.
So from time to time, council asks, what impact would it have on us if we were to be downgraded from a AAA to a AA on our bonds? So outside of the negative outlook on the city's financial management and question on our financial stability and what this would lead bondholders and potential future bond sales to perceive on what's happening with our finances, there's also the increase in cost of issuance. So I've asked our financial advisor to pull a scenario for us based on the rates that were in place about a month ago. So if we were to issue $50 million of general obligation bonds with a AAA rating, that rate was set at 3.89%. If it was rated a AA going to the market, it was showing 4.12%. So that's a difference in interest cost of $1.2 million over that 20-year life of the issuance. So then he come back and said, well, if we look at our fiscal year 21 net direct debt, which was $266 million, if we were to have had issued that at a notch lower than what we are at, that annual increase would be $611,000. But over 20 years, that's $12.2 million more in interest. So for our fiscal year 23, value of 1 cent on the tax rate is 2.1 million. So you're looking at 6 cents on the tax rate to cover issuing that at a notch lower than what we have been. So what are the bond rating factors? You ask if we were to drop our reserve, what would that mean? There's several things that the bond rating agencies look at. They look at our local economy, what our tax base is, our financial management, what our reserve levels are, and then our debt and pension levels. So for positive factors of Wilmington, what we hear from them is we have a large tax base. We have the status as the regional economic center. I mean, people come to Wilmington to work, to shop, to entertain. And so we have a lot of people coming here. We're the regional economic center, even for education and medical. With the North Carolina general statutes, we have the ability to raise property tax locally. So I believe the statute says we can go up to 1.5, and we are at 0.395 of that. So we have that ability if we find that we are in a situation where we are not able to make that debt service payment, we have the ability to raise those taxes to be able to do that.
Go back to that 1.5, we're at 3.395.
Yeah, 39.5 cents, but we could go up to $1.50. That's the statutory limit.
Okay, thank you.
And then we do have a low pension liability from what they look at. One of the things that they do mention is we have moderate debt levels as compared to our revenues, but because we maintain the reserves, they are consistent with a AAA rating. And of course, the number one red flag to rating agencies, as we discussed, is a declining fund balance to pay for our operating expenditures. And that is all I have, if you have any questions.
You guys have any other questions, concerns? Thank you, Jennifer. Very good. Mr. Manager, I'll turn it over to you again.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we'll break for lunch. We, I believe, have food that will be available across the hall. I'd suggest that we try to keep it to 30 minutes or so and then get started back if that's okay with you.
That sounds fine. That's good.
Okay.
So we are going to take a recess.
Yes, ma'am.
So we stand recessed for no more than 30 minutes.
We've already taken steps to increase diversity through various initiatives, some of those being going to some HBCUs for career fairs, expanding beyond our traditional advertising, using social media, using radio, like I mentioned. Firefighters, fire department used the Junior Fire Academy to engage folks in an early age. So we're already starting to do some things. Oops. All right. So looking at our citywide turnover, our turnover ended the year at 17%. When we came back, when we spoke to you guys earlier this year, which would have been March, we were projecting it to be between 18 and 19%. But things slowed down that last quarter because of we saw the positive results of the compensation study. That really slowed things down, which was a good sign. But still, turnover, as you can see, it's the highest it's been in the last 5 years.
How does that compare with other municipalities?
So we're no different. We're about on average with all the other municipalities.
Clayton?
Yes, sir.
Is there what is when all things are good, everything's coming along, what's an average vacancy, job vacancy rate? Is there one?
An average job vacancy rate, I have to go back and I'm not sure what that, I know before pandemic, we were around about 80 vacancies. So probably around, I don't know, between 5 and 7%, I'd have to say, somewhere around there.
Well, I know it's probably heavier in some departments than it is others. I was just wondering if there was kind of a benchmark. You know, we always look to keep somewhere 6, 8, 10%, vacancies. I don't know. Never mind. Thank you.
Is it frozen? Perfect. All right, this next slide is busy, I understand. It's looking at our department turnover over the last 5 years. So I'm going to move from my left to my right, focus on community services first, which is that purple bar. We'll look at from FY21 to FY22. They saw a decrease from almost 24% down to 22%, still higher than the city average. And then when you look at the red bar, which is our fire department, they did see a slight increase in their turnover this year, but still less than the city average. And then engineering, you'll notice, saw a pretty big jump. They were at 3.7% of the green line, and they moved up to 19.9% this past fiscal year. A lot of that turnover was in our signs and marking section, and we're competing in that area with other construction labor positions in the area. So we've seen some turnover in that division. But good news, over the last couple of months, we've filled many of those vacancies. The police, they're the blue bar you'll see up there. Their turnover decreased slightly from 15.1% in FY22, still lower than the citywide average. And then the last department on this slide is our public services. They also saw a decrease slightly in their turnover to 15.1% in FY22. Still higher than the citywide average, 17%.
Can you tell me again the reason for the spike in engineering?
So that's specifically, most of that is in our signs and marking section. And we saw a lot of turnover with competing with the construction sector, because those are folks that are putting up signs and putting out stripes in our roads. And so we lost some of those to construction.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. This is looking at some of our other departments. You'll notice if you look at FY '22 on the far right, finance, planning, and the WMPO, which are the green, purple, and blue, those kind of stick out. They all had higher turnover rates in FY '22 than the city average. But those are smaller departments, so when you lose one or two people, that's going to show a higher rate of turnover just because they are smaller. So we saw a lot of people in those departments leave for other organizations for career advancements, career changes, which I'll discuss on the next slide. But I will say we have made a lot of progress in those departments, and in many cases, they're fully staffed now. So this next chart will show why people are leaving the organization. And we collect this data through our exit interview process and through conversations with employees, asking them, where are you going? Why are you leaving us? In FY '22, looking at that pie on the right-hand side, we saw an increase in individuals leaving voluntarily. A little over 75% chose to leave on their own for career change, advancement, another job, relocation. They were dissatisfied with the job. So this number is not surprising, as we saw in '21 and the early part of '22, the Great Resignation. The city wasn't immune to that. A lot of people evaluating their lives, looking for change, advancement, work-life balance, and those things. So we saw some of that. 18% of our turnover last year was due to retirements. That represents around 31 of our employees. And then 6.5% of the turnover was due to employees being terminated for policy violation or performance. So if we're going to look at the top 3 voluntary reasons about why people said they left the city of Wilmington, those are going to be they left another job, relocation of family, or career change, and advancement. So focus first on that gray number in FY '22, the 19.5% people relocating for family. These are folks, they have people that relocated for spouses. They have to relocate for aging parents. They've got childcare issues, so they decide to quit and stay home and take care of kids. So we had those. That represents that 20%. The green on the far right, those are people that left for completely changing careers. We had some police officers that said, I'm changing careers, I'm going to go and be a lineman instead. So we've had some of that. And also people just wanted to advance their careers, promote up. And so that represents 18.8%. And it's increased steadily over the last 5 years. You can see from 18, it was only represented 4.4%. Now we're at almost 19%.
Quick question.
Yes.
How do we differentiate between another job and career advancement? I mean, I understand a career change, but wouldn't a lot of people consider like another job career advancement? How do y'all differentiate it?
So we did career change. Another job is someone moving laterally. So let's say they're working for us and they decide to go work for another waste company. That would be a lateral career, just another job change versus moving to another job, higher paying.
One more question, Clayton, on the bottom 2. That's not your top 3, but dissatisfaction with job and personal or management. Is that something that's tracked? I mean, is there kind of a common thread through there? Maybe it's coming out of the same department, dissatisfied with the management, or?
We do track that data. We have an exit survey that we issue all of our employees that leave the organization. They have an opportunity to come meet with us. But we compile that and do an annual report. And there are certain parts of the organization that we do see trends, and we share that with Tony and the management team, and we work to address those areas.
And that's where it ends?
Well, there are different strategies, things that we do. We've worked at leadership development over the last couple of years. All of our leaders, middle management leaders, took a 360 DISC review where employees were able to give feedback, their peers, their supervisors, and they were met with a coach. And so we've done those certain things.
The exit interview is done after they are gainfully employed at their next
It's
location.
done before they leave. So not everyone will complete an exit interview. And I think the actual completion rate is around 30% of people.
I can understand that.
Yeah, because they don't want to
That's why
burn
I said,
bridges.
is it done after they're gainfully employed at their next location?
Correct.
I'd do a follow-up. Thank you.
So one of the recommendations that came out of the organizational assessment was doing stay interviews, and instead of waiting till the end, finding out what keeps people here and what keeps them motivated, what makes them come to work every day. So implementing some of those recommendations, I think, will go a long way too. All right, so looking at our retention over time, The next chart shows our retention of new hires again. So if we look at 2018, we'll look at that cohort. We hired 142 people in 2018. So as you move over to the first 12 months, we lost 20 of those new hires in the first 12 months, leaving 85.9% of the hires remaining. And then if we go fast forward 5 years to today, there's 40% of those 142 people remaining in the organization. So this kind of shows our retention over time. And just for your information, the average tenure of service of our current workforce is 9.5 years. So that's the average service of employees. If you look at FY 22, we hired the most we've hired in the last 5 years, almost 200 people, which is an awesome thing to see. And we retained 87.9% of those folks in the first 12 months. So let's look at our vacancies. And so our current vacancy rate in the organization is at 9.3%, meaning 9.3% of our budgeted positions, full-time and part-time, are vacant, which equates to 108 positions. All right. Community services, public services you see on this chart, they kind of stick out. Community service, 12.3% of their positions vacant, and then public services at 15.6%. And I'm going to detail in the next slide what those look like for those departments. So we'll first start with public services. Most of their vacant positions are going to be in stormwater. They have 15 vacant positions, which just represents 23.4% vacancy rate, and then streets with 5 vacant positions. We do continue. One of the positive things I've noticed over the last couple of months is we're making progress. We're bringing people in, and we're making offers. We've got a couple of people starting this next pay period. So we're doing things like the CDL training program, which I'll talk more about in a minute. We're offering sign-on bonuses. We're looking at other career advancement opportunities. So we're working closely with Dave and coming up with recommendations, and that will help us improve and fill these vacancies. The community services, most of their vacancies are going to be in trees and parks and landscape. Again, we're slowly making progress in this area. We currently have just 2 vacant tree trimmer positions, which is a huge improvement from where we were this time last year. We're bringing some folks on board. And then again, our grounds technicians, we have about 6 vacant grounds technician positions. Looking at some of our other departments here, their vacancy rates compared to the city average at 9.3. They're all doing pretty good. The city manager, since this has been updated, they now only have 2 vacant positions. They've got an auditor and then the vacant assistant city manager position that Eric Stunston previously had that is being split between 2 other positions. So all the other departments are doing pretty good right now. And as Ms. Moretti mentioned earlier, finance, they had a lot of vacancies, but they've made a lot of progress and filled a lot of those, which is awesome. So let's talk about our hiring and what we're seeing in terms of applications. So this chart is looking at data across the public sector. And we use Neoga for our applicant tracking system, and they have over 1,000 customers. And so this is looking at all their data. As you can see, the number of open jobs in the public sector has increased 45%, which is the blue line. However, the number of applications per job received, which is that red line, is down 74%, and has created this big gap. All right. And the city is experiencing this effect, and I'll show you this in just a moment. Again, this is looking across the public sector. The number of applications received per job opening, it is down 14.3% in 2022, which is a 56% decrease just from the previous year. So this is showing that the pool of applicants has shrunk. Very competitive market for labor. Labor participation rates are down slightly as the boomers are exiting, and there just aren't enough people to come behind them to fill a lot of those vacancies, so we're seeing that effect. Yes?
Quick question. Would working from home cause this number to be this high? Lack of application.
I don't, it could, but there are a lot of opportunities for people to work remotely. I mean, I see jobs posted
Do we
everywhere.
have a lot of opportunities in the city?
It depends in what department you work, because not every job has the luxury of being able to work from home, but a lot of our administrative positions, we do have the option to work remotely or hybrid in the office and at home.
Thank you.
So this is City of Wilmington specific data. All right, we have seen a 15.3% increase in our number of job openings and postings, but we've seen a decrease in the number of applications, down 24.3%. So we're too seeing this big gap, the number of openings versus the number of applications. So our pool has gotten smaller. Yes, sir.
So go back a slide, please. So if the number of jobs are up 15.3% and the applications are down nearly 25%, what do you think is the issue with that?
This is seen across the public sector. I think the issue is just the lack of labor. The number of job openings far exceeds the number of unemployed people we have in this country, and so there's just a true lack of labor. Wilmington itself, and I'll show this in a minute, the unemployment's at 3%, which means we're at full employment. If you want a job in Wilmington, you can get one.
And not to jump ahead to the next slide, but that also factors in the people who have just stopped looking for a job.
Correct.
So it doesn't mean that they've gotten a job. It means they just stopped looking. And so that may feed into this as people have applied to the city over the years and have not gotten hired, haven't gotten an interview. So they just don't, when they see a listing for the city of Wilmington, they just don't apply.
Right.
And so, I am insinuating that we should do something instead of just going with the trend, and not saying that we are, but.
Oh, absolutely. No, in these departments, in HR, we're working hard to get people to apply, to get and I'll talk about this in a couple slides.
Like I said, I won't jump the gun.
Yeah. All right. So this is again looking at City of Wilmington, our number of applications per job. It just shows that 2020 pre-pandemic we were at 43.6 applications per job, and now we're down to 26.3. All right. So one of the things we wanted to see was what impact the compensation study had on our workforce since it was implemented early last April, and I'm happy to report that we've seen a positive impact from this investment in our workforce. So if you look at the left-hand chart, that's 6 months prior to the implementation of the comp study. We hired 84 individuals, but we lost 99, so we were netting down 15 positions. 6 months since or after implementation, we've hired 120 people, and we've lost 92, so we're 28 in the positive, which is awesome. So our hiring has increased by 32% over the same time last year. Our terminations have decreased by 19%. Over the same time last year. So this is some good news. Yes, sir.
The term terminations to me means somebody was fired. Termination in your lingo is they just left.
Yeah, job change, correct. So to answer your question, what are we doing to attract and to get more people to apply and to fill all the vacancies that we have? So we've done several things over the years. One is we're attending career fairs, and the city's also hosting career fairs. We hosted one last June in Legion Stadium. We had over 100 people attend that career fair. We made offers to a couple people in Stormwater, and they were actually hired. We've attended career fairs in the Creekwood community. We've attended stuff at UNCW, Cape Fear Community College. We were at the Latino Festival earlier this month. So we're getting out in the community and letting them know, hey, the city of Wilmington has openings, come work for us. Also, as a way to attract applicants, we're offering sign-on bonuses through the use of ARP funding. We've issued 32 sign-on bonuses, and most of those are in our streets, stormwater, and community services. We're working with our communications team to ramp up our outreach through media. We are working with Dave Mays' team, going out, interviewing the workers, asking them, why do you like your job? What satisfaction do you get from working and serving the residents of Wilmington? And we're going to use that, put it on our job postings as a way to attract other folks to come work and find meaningful work at the city of Wilmington. Staff have given interviews through the media, letting know the challenges we have and the benefits of working for the city. So again, just getting the message out that this is a great place to work. Other thing we're partnering with our departments on is making career progression. We've heard through exit interviews that, there's not much room to grow at the city. I come as a planner, and that's pretty much the opportunities to advance my career are limited. So we're working with our staff. An example I can get for what this looks like in public services, you can come in as an equipment operator 1, operating basic equipment. And then when you get your CDL, you have an opportunity to move up to equipment operator 2. And then let's say you get your Class A CDL, then you move up to an operator 3. And so given an opportunity to see, all right, if I come in here, here's where I can go, and here are the things I need to do to get there. So we're working with our departments to create those opportunities. The other thing that we've done to help public services, many of those jobs require CDL licenses. And we used to, in order to come work for the city, you had to have that license in hand. We've actually relaxed that requirement. We now have staff that are trained to provide the skill training to the employee, provide them the equipment, and we give them the time to get that CDL. So it's opened up our applicant pool even more, which is a good thing. We've seen some success of that in streets, stormwater, and in recycling and trash. We have a team of internal staff that are looking at all of our hiring practices and our policies and looking at things that make us more attractive to increase our applicant pool. We're going to be bringing some of these changes forward in the coming months and through the budget process, so stay tuned for some of that. And then lastly, and most importantly, we continue to evaluate our pay. We participate in all kinds of surveys. We look at the data, and we're evaluating our pay against the market, and we're keeping up with trends. And so again, some of those recommendations and findings will be incorporated into the budget process. So as we look at what the labor market looks like, and I know we had a great presentation from the professor at UNCW, very competitive environment. Unemployment rate in Wilmington, when this data was pulled, it was 3.5. They recently updated this. Wilmington's unemployment rate's at 3%. So again, if you want work at Wilmington, you can find work. Hopefully you'll want to come work for us. There is still a lack of skilled workers. Labor participation rates are down, as I mentioned, and the unemployed outnumbered the number of job openings, or the job openings outnumber the unemployed by 5 million. So some of the compensation trends that we're seeing and we're keeping our eye on, wages continue to rise as companies adjust to retaining talent and compete for scarce labor. This was covered earlier. The average wages have grown by 5% year over year. Inflation has outpaced wage growth in certain sectors, and not all, but in certain sectors for 17 consecutive months. An average worker, and again, in certain sectors, saw a 3.3% pay cut due to inflation. And what we're seeing and hearing is that salary budgets are expected to rise to north of 4%. And that's what we're seeing companies are budgeting for in terms of increases for their staffs in the upcoming year. So next steps, we're going to incorporate these recommendations into the FY24 budget process that are going to address employee compensation and benefits. Again, compensation is one piece. Our benefits is another area that we're going to focus on. And then policy changes that are going to help us attract, retain a talented and diverse workforce. Take any questions anyone has.
You guys have any questions? Thank you, Clayton.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Back to you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Connell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. We have one final presentation for you today. It is on the affordable housing issues. Most specifically, the mayor had requested that we put together a report that summarizes what both our policy changes and our zoning, land use and zoning regulations have yielded in terms of affordable units being produced, as well as what has our direct subsidy of low-income housing or affordable or workforce housing been in terms of producing results. So first we'll hear from Planning Director Linda Painter, who will talk to us about how the incentives have gone with regard to Land Development Code.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, council members. as Tony mentioned, we're going to go through some of the things we've done with the Land Development Code in the last few years to try and encourage more workforce housing as part of the private development projects that are coming forward. The first thing you'll see on the screen is the definition of workforce housing that is contained in the Land Development Code. We recently updated this just a few weeks ago at the beginning of the month. And the key pieces here are that workforce housing is housing that is provided solely for the residential use of households with income at or below 80% of the area median income, and that is adjusted for household size, as you'll see on the next slide. The other key piece of this is that if you're qualifying as workforce housing under the Land Development Code, you also have capped rents. So you cannot rent those units to those individuals for more than what is essentially the HUD high home rents, which is based on 65% of area median income. So looking at this slide, it'll just give you an idea of the income levels that we're talking about in terms of the 80% of area median income. So a single member household, the maximum income you could have to qualify for this housing in 2022 is $47,750. That does increase as the number of household members increases. In terms of maximum rent, you can see in that chart, a one bedroom would be $988. Because our income eligibility is based on 80% of area median income, and we're using the HUD high home rents at 65%, we are not tying this and saying you can't spend more than 30% of your income on housing, which is the typical measure of affordability. In this case, if you are at the 80% level as a single person, you will probably be getting a very good deal if you can get one of the apartments that are funded under this with the high home rent. So you'll actually be less cost burdened. Someone who is at a larger household size and does not reach up to that 80% level limit that you're seeing on the screen, may be more cost burdened. So that one thing to keep in mind here is that unlike some of the assisted units where there may be very specific limitations, this is really going to be determined by the individual in terms of do they qualify and are they willing to pay the rent that is being offered. To give you a little bit of an idea, when we talk about 80% of area median income, I think sometimes it's a little confusing as to who that might include. And I apologize, this is actually a flyer from the North Carolina Housing Coalition. So I'm going to read out some of the income numbers for the different industry sectors. So the average annual salary for someone in the food prep and service industry in 2021 was $24,250. In the childcare industry, it was $24,230. Retail sales, $30,790. Healthcare, $29,210. Construction, $34,830. And as a teacher, $47,620, and police officer, $46,990. So as a reminder, the limit on your income for 80% AMI is $47,750. So these average annual salaries, if you fall within those numbers as an individual, you would qualify in those sectors as a single individual for housing in one of these units. In terms of the provisions that we have included in the Land Development Code to date, we offer density bonuses in our multifamily districts as well as in the commercial district mixed use development type. And that particular use type is allowed in our business districts. So community business, regional business, as well as office and institutional under certain conditions. And so what you'll see here is that we have tried to incentivize providing those workforce housing units. If you designate at least 10% of your units as workforce housing, so that 80% AMI capped with rents capped at 65% AMI, then, and if you do that for at least 15 years in the multifamily districts, we are giving you a bonus. So in the MD10, you'll get a 16 unit per acre bonus. In the MD17, we go up again. And then with CDMU, we actually go to unlimited so that you literally have no limit on the number of units per acre that you can do in the CDMU use if you use these intensity bonuses. At this time, no one has taken advantage of these bonuses. So this is something that I think we've put this in here. No one has used this yet. So we're going to go through that in a few minutes or a few slides. Some of the other changes that we had recently made really dealt with procedure and trying to look at how our review process may impact and impede or can facilitate the development of workforce housing. And so the amendments that you approved earlier this month made 2 changes to the conditional districts rezoning. Currently, if you were to apply for a conditional district rezoning, we generally require a detailed site plan. I'm not sure what's happening with the slides, so apologize for the flickering. And that requires engineering work, that requires hiring professionals to design that plan for you. We recognize that a lot of developers, particularly those who are looking to do significant amounts of workforce or affordable housing, so 50% of their units and above, typically do not have the capital and the financing available to do those outlays, to do detailed site plans before they even know if they're going to have the zoning approved for their project. So to accommodate that, what we included was that in the most recent amendment is if you are doing 50% or more of your units we designate as affordable for at least 15 years, you can do a master plan. So that's more of a bubble plan. You don't need the detailed engineering design. We're not showing parking spaces, trees, et cetera. For those projects that are proposing to be 100% affordable, those projects would actually be eligible to submit a narrative and to say to describe what they're planning to do. Their narrative does have to address certain points such as building height, buffers, et cetera, so that the council has an idea of what they're looking to do and set general parameters. And that really came out of, I think, some feedback we got on the process with the Good Shepherd permanent supportive housing. We heard a lot from the neighbors that they wanted more information, questioned why we didn't do that as a conditional district. And I will say it was appropriate general district rezoning. It abutted multifamily. It made sense for that district to be applied there, but recognizing that there may be other sites where a conditional district is the direction that staff, the commission, and the council would like someone to go, we want to make this process a little bit easier for them. We are also continuing to evaluate the code. Staff is right now benchmarking to see what other communities are doing to incentivize and encourage workforce housing. And we'll continue to bring changes to you as we find them to help make this a little bit easier for developers.
Linda, what percent, I think we talked about this whenever we made this change, but I'm just refreshing my memory. What percentage of AMI is going to qualify for both this increased density and the authorization of
so it's the 80% AMI. It's that definition of workforce housing.
80%,
So
they meet that 80% threshold.
got to meet the 80% threshold in order to qualify.
Thank you.
So this slide, while I mentioned that we have not had any density bonuses, that does not mean that we have not seen any success with getting workforce housing units included into market rate projects. And so on the slide you have before you, and this runs from 2020 to present, you will see that we have several projects which have included some level of affordability in terms of workforce units. All of these, with the exception of Canopy Point. Canopy Point was actually originally approved in the county before it was brought over, and that is an assisted project that Suzanne will give you a little bit more information on following this presentation. All of these were essentially developers volunteering as part of the conditional districting process to add this limitation. And so that's why you'll see a variation in terms of the number of units that are designated, the terms. Some of them are 10 years, some are 15, some start with final occupancy of the last workforce housing unit. So if they have 20 units, when that 20th occupant moves into that workforce housing unit, that's when that 15-year timeframe starts. Some of our other ones are 10 years from issuance of the final certificate of occupancy. And I think most of these have really been through negotiations with developers. I know the Planning Commission frequently asks about affordable housing. You frequently ask about affordable housing. And so this is what developers are coming back with. And what we're seeing is just a variation in terms of, in the terms. There's no consistency between the different projects. And so on that slide, I will say that we have 92 units that will be included in market rate projects, plus the 72 units for Canopy Point, which is a 100% assisted project. The general rezonings that we've had in the last 2 years that will support affordable housing are Starway Village and Good Shepherd. Both of these will be 100% affordable. Good Shepherd, we are estimating that they will be able to do up to 33 permanent supportive housing units. And they are the first project that we think will actually take advantage of that density bonus that was mentioned earlier, because that site is only about an acre. So with the additional density that they can have, they can get up to 33. So assuming they get up to that maximum, and Starway Village right now, I understand, is about 278 units. That would be a total of 311 units that will be coming on based on the general rezonings. So with that, unless there are any additional questions, I will turn it over to Suzanne Rogers.
The Canopy, is that the one that was in the satellite annexation area? Okay. And this probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but any of these projects that are doing the workforce units, whether it be a percentage or all of them, I'd sure like to see them move to the front of the line when they go in for all of the requirements that the city puts on them. Because that can create a lot of added expense.
Other questions, concerns?
I have one. Linda, you
Kevin?
said,
Sorry.
You said, which one was the one you said we haven't seen any projects been implemented yet? Was that the change?
It's the density bonus. So at this point, because Good Shepherd, that was a general rezoning, we identified it and said they can do up to 33 units if they use the bonus. We expect that they will, but we have not seen any projects that have used the density bonuses.
We haven't seen anybody take a MD 10 from 10 units an acre to 26 units an acre yet?
No.
Is it just not penciling?
I think that's one of the questions, and that's going through this exercise has been good for staff, because we're looking at this and saying we're offering these bonuses. And I believe some of these, keep in mind, not having been here, I believe these bonuses may have been introduced with the new land development code. So that hasn't even been in effect for a year yet. But those are some of the questions that I think we need to ask is, we're offering these bonuses. Why are they not actually moving to getting people interested in doing this?
And then one more just follow up. So, max density on an MD 10 units an acre. It says max density with the bonus of 36 units an acre. How would somebody get from the 26 units to the 36? Is it still just the 10% designation?
Yep. Okay. So the maximum density for the MD 17 so the maximum density for both the multifamily districts is 36 units an acre. And in order to accomplish that, it's 10% of your units are designated as workforce housing.
Thank you.
Kevin?
I've seen over the year.
And I know we've said we haven't seen anybody take advantage of this yet, but I think either one end of the spectrum or the other has to change. 10%. I mean, if we had a development for 200 units, that's only going to get us an additional 20 units for 15 years. That just seems really low to me. Maybe it's just me. So I don't know if we need to change that 10% number or if we need to change the 15 years. And I know it seems difficult because no one's even using it yet. And we don't know why. But I just think those numbers are really low. And I just want us to look at it.
One of the things that we are doing is staff is benchmarking. I have not seen it yet. We're actually meeting this coming week to see what other communities in the state are doing for affordable housing. So we'll get a sense there staff has told me a little bit and said that that term, in terms of the number of years it has to be affordable, they're finding a very wide variation on that.
Thank you.
Any others? Mr. Barnett? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll advance these for Suzanne.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Now we're going to go through the budget and resources available for workforce and affordable housing. So this slide shows you that we have almost $30 million available to support affordable and workforce housing from various sources. And I'll break that down a little bit more. In FY22 and again in the current fiscal year, in your budget deliberations, you approved the set aside of general fund balance or designation of general fund balance for gap financing. So that's $5 million that is available there. Then we have had one-time federal funds because of COVID, totaling $13.2 million. The ARPA funds that everyone's familiar with for Starway, the $9 million from NCORE, and then some community development block grant coronavirus funds that you just approved at council this past Tuesday. And then our ongoing federal and general funds, including revolving funds, totals of almost $12 million. So in this year's budget, you appropriated 1 cent on the property tax rate to go towards affordable housing, HOP and gap financing. So that taking out 200,000 that would go towards admin, that leaves 1.95 million. Then our CDBG and home funds that we received from HUD, along with the carryover from prior years. Revolving loan funds, both federal and general funds, so that's the loans that folks are paying back, make up that number. So how have we used these funds? You've already mentioned Canopy Point. That project is closed. You approved a 1.85 million towards that for gap financing. That's 72 units. In the pipeline, we have an application from Gervais Telesis to rehab those units. They're on 3 sites, Gervais, Dove Meadows, and one off of Coville. That's totals 83 units that were damaged during Hurricane Florence. They currently are occupied, but there is remaining work that needs to be done. So we're waiting for some additional information from the developer before we'll bring forward a recommendation to council for that. But it is in the pipeline. And right now their request is for 1.85 million. That is subject to change.
Suzanne, can I interrupt you real quick on that?
Certainly.
With that Gervais project in the pipeline, I'm hoping that we hold them to some really, really strict guidelines based on what they're asking from us. Well, because of some of the issues that they've had since the hurricane and the complaints that I've heard from residents over the years based on this, and I'll be open, their reluctance to really do little to help their residents. So I don't want us to bail them out when they've been unwilling to put forth their own good faith effort for the people who live on their properties.
Thank you for that input.
You're welcome.
I could get with you offline to get more details.
Okay.
And certainly the application would be
I've got
available.
plenty of complaints about them.
I've got, Mr. Chair, I've got a question, well, along with that. You said that there are some minor things that got fixed. Do you know what those are?
Well, the units are occupied, many of them. I think there's one building that was not able to be repaired, and they're planning on demolishing that building over on the Dawson Street, site. The repairs that I'm aware of had to do with the moisture intrusion from the, hurricane, but I don't have a lot of specifics about that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And most of them are occupied now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. If I'm not mistaken, some of those residents are gearing up to move out again. That's what I heard, so I don't know. I don't know how true that is, but I've heard that.
There are additional repairs needed, which is what this application is about. I understand that the materials used in the original construction are failing, and that's a big part of the problem. We have their construction scope of work and the specifics. They have provided that, but we're still waiting for more information, and they've been slow to provide the additional information that we need. So, but they did receive, just for your information, they have received a tax credit award, so they do have the bulk of their financing in place.
Okay, we'll see.
So out of that 5 million in general fund balance, there's 1.3 remaining. And of course, we've heard a lot in the media lately about the Starway project, and you just approved Driftwood. So that utilizes all of our one-time federal funds, 13.2, to bring on 293 units. And then for our ongoing programs, being the first quarter, we have a lot of loans in the pipeline, but loans are slow to close because of the shortage of inventory. You'll recall that you recently approved revisions to our underwriting guidelines to increase those maximum loan amounts, and we are seeing some movement there. Staff is particularly focusing on working with our home buyers to help them locate and really consider fixer-uppers with a rental rehab program. Most of our home buyers are qualified to borrow below $300,000, anywhere from $150 to $268, I think is the highest pre-qualification number we have. So clearly those folks are in a tight market, and they're going to have to think outside of the box. But we are working more, spending more time with them and their realtors to help them find fixer-uppers, which we think will be good for the community as well to get those houses back up to standard. So that's what's going on there. So we have about 5 rental rehab project applications in the pipeline when this was prepared, and a couple more that have indicated interest, so that pipeline will increase. We had 2 HOP loans close in this first quarter, so we have 14 in the pipeline. Owner occupied, we have 20 applications in the pipeline. I'll say that that program, we've had some problems getting enough contractors. The last couple of weeks ago, we had a contractor recruitment event and had 29 folks show up, and so we have gotten 4 applications out of that. So we're very pleased with that, and so we think we're going to be able to pick up the pace on owner occupied. And then down payment assistance, it's It's really about Habitat and other organizations referring folks to us. So we've got 43 units there and 6.2 million remaining in the funds allocated for those type of programs. So right now we have 7.5 million of funds that we can work with throughout the rest of the year for new applications and new projects. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this portion of the presentation.
Does anybody have, Luke?
How many, it's a good presentation. How many total workforce units have we approved this year? Do we know that? That may have been a Linda question.
Total workforce rental units? Oh, I think that's the next slide.
I think it's the next slide.
Okay,
Oh.
well, perfect timing. Linda's gonna go over that.
That was a very nice segue. So just to sum it up for you, we did try and pull all of the information together from both the private development as well as the city housing programs into one slide for you. So what you'll see on this slide really just summarizes the funding that's going towards workforce housing as well as the total units. And of the 29.98 million that we have, the two pie charts show you that we have about 9.28 million that is committed. It shows 20,700,000 is remaining. However, I will also note that for that remaining funding allocation, it's just that things haven't progressed towards closure. So what you'll see there is out of that 20.7 million, only about 7.5 is completely unspoken for at this point. The remainder of that has already been designated for Starway and Driftwood. In terms of the number of units, 583 units combined between the assisted housing programs as well as the development. And we did not double count there. So where we had, for example, the Starway or Canopy Point, those were pulled out because they're already in Suzanne's numbers. So we did not include those in the numbers you see there. I would also say this will not include anything for the Good Shepherd Permanent Supportive Housing Project because we just don't have a number for them yet. So that would be in a future update. And then any questions on that before I? And then just the last slide, in addition to the specific workforce housing initiatives, so the ones that, what we've talked about this afternoon have been developments and units that are specifically limited to people who are making a certain income and where we're capping the rents. In addition to that, the Land Development Code has really tried to make an effort towards increasing the diversity of housing stock that's available in the community through changing regulations related to accessory dwelling units, duplexes, townhouses, quads, courtyard housing. And so what we wanted to do is also show you that in addition to kind of those actual designated workforce units as part of the larger projects, what we're seeing is what we're seeing in terms of numbers. And so since December 2021, and I will say there may be a little double counting here. We did our best, unfortunately, trying to pull the permit data and compare it to rezoning is not as easy as we would like at the current time. But you'll see that we have approved 42 accessory dwelling units, either through conditional districts or just through zoning permits. We have 43 duplexes in progress for a total of 18 units, 12 triplexes, 36 units, 35 quads for a total of 140 units, 147 townhomes, and 61 courtyard housing units. Additionally, we do have 32 tiny homes, and that is Eden Village. So that is housing for the chronically homeless. So that's probably the only pure, I would say, true workforce or affordable housing that's in this slide. But we did want to show you that we are trying to diversify that housing stock. And while there are no rent limits on these, there are no income requirements in terms of who can live there, our hope is that by increasing the number of housing units and the diversity of the housing stock, that hopefully we'll start creating some naturally occurring affordable housing.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, just got a question. First of all, good report. Thank you guys for all that you're doing. Do you know the number of people that are still in hotels, and that would, relate to the Gervais and,
No, so I'm not aware. I don't know that.
That would be information that was available through the Wilmington Housing Authority. We don't have access to that data.
Okay. All right. All right. Awesome. Thank you. And I guess the real challenge is, even if a person had a voucher and was trying to find a place to live, the challenge is, they can't find a house that, a realtor or a renter who would be willing to take that. Is that it? That's the real challenge?
Suzanne, do you have? I'm assuming you're referring to the Section 8,
Yeah. Just
Section 8 vouchers?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any issues with Section 8 voucher acceptance?
Councilman Barnett, that is what we're hearing from, some of the providers who work with, folks for rehousing, that with, and I think from the Wilmington Housing Authority staff, that folks are having a hard time having their vouchers, accepted. There's just a lot of competition.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
I understand it's quite an extensive waiting list. I mean, just, and I can understand why, but that gets to Cliff's point. I mean, it's just, we have a lot of need and very little inventory. Anybody else have any questions?
Now, just to add that voucher list was already quite complex before any one of the hurricanes. And then you add in the situation with WHA, and that makes it even more complex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony?
Councilman Rivenbark, that's all we have for this afternoon. We also understand that Councilman Spears is going to have to be leaving us as well, so you're going to have a quorum problem.
Well, hell, we keep going and, we'll get somebody out there in the hallway to come do this. It looks like we're dying.
We really do want to thank you for taking so much time out of your schedules.
Thank you. Stand adjourned.